Chapter 154. In the span of a few months of Bob Asher's two sons, one had mysteriously disappeared, and the other had been killed on the streets. This was too much of a blow to him. Clark was his most valued son, the one he'd placed the most hope on. Now that he'd been killed in Vallon City, he'd gone completely insane. That night in Vallon City was destined to be a time of chaos. All of the Griffin Legion's soldiers had been gathered and were going from house to house, searching for suspicious characters. Due to the chief's rage, the ordinary soldiers of the Griffin Legion were also in a bad temper. All unfamiliar merchants and adventurers who didn't cooperate in the slightest might face a vicious beating. The sound of hooves thundered through the streets, waking up the people who were sleeping in the middle of the night. Even the symbol of the Griffin Legion, a Griffin Legion, was hovering in the night sky above Vallon City, making everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. They even thought that the Kasi Empire had invaded in the middle of the night. The Griffins were like black dots in the sky, their strange cries deafening to the ears. They flew from the west to the south, and then from the south to the north. Whenever they saw any strange movements below, they would land and move with the soldiers on the ground. So these are Griffins. They look quite large. Han Shua stood behind a large tree on a street near Bob Asher's slave shop, murmuring to himself as he watched a pair of griffins fly past. Indeed, griffins are a very ferocious flying unit. A single griffin has the ability to tear apart ordinary magical creatures. This Griffin Legion is a very important reason why His Majesty thinks so highly of old Bob and doesn't dare to act rashly despite knowing that he has intentions of rebelling. Emily exhaled lightly and explained to Han Shua, shivering a bit. It was a cold winter night, and some of the puddles on the streets had already formed thick blocks of ice. The ice needles hanging from the houses glinted coldly under the moonlight. As the cold wind blew, it was only natural that a mage like Emily would feel cold. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Han Shua held Emily's tender little hand with his right hand and circulated his demonic yuan. Han Shua's right hand was like a small stove, bringing warmth to Emily. You're a necromancer, and at the same time, you've also trained in a special martial technique. But why are you still able to use fire magic? Moreover, you're using it so skillfully, as if you can adjust the temperature according to your will. How are you able to do it? Emily's charming eyes sparkled as she stared at Han Shua, rebuking Han Shua. Actually, this is one of the martial techniques that I practice. Don't be so surprised. Han Shua shrugged his shoulders and explained to Emily honestly. It was a pity that Emily didn't believe Han Shua's explanation in the slightest, but Emily didn't pursue the matter. She smiled faintly. All right, I'll discover all your secrets one day. Your mysteriousness is a kind of poison to me. I've discovered that the more I want to know everything about you, the more mysterious you become. Don't be love-struck. Let's go. Han Shua reached out with a smile and slapped Emily's round butt, urging Emily to walk faster. The two of them didn't bring Chester with them this time. When they arrived at the slave shop where Lisa had been auctioned off last time, Han Shua released a dark mist magic and shrouded the surrounding walls in an even darker environment. Ha! Your grasp of necromancy magic isn't bad now. Emily laughed lowly. As an archmage, she used the levitation spell and slowly rose into the air, landing on a 5-meter tall wall. She spoke again. I'll wrap the rope inside. You can use it to climb over. Why go to so much trouble? Han Shua laughed lowly, and his body abruptly shot through the air. His speed was faster and steadier than Emily's levitation spell, and he landed beside Emily in the blink of an eye. Her body suddenly froze in place, and Emily looked at Han Shua as if she'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she threw herself into Han Shua's arms, using all her strength to pound Han Shua's chest. She cursed with a mixture of anger and joy. You annoying bastard, you've clearly reached the archmage level long ago, and you've been lying to me. I'll fight it out with you, you bastard, you bastard. When Han Shuo heard the strange sounds coming from afar, he didn't dare stay at a high place in case he attracted the attention of bystanders. He abruptly grabbed Emily and flew down, hiding in a corner of the slave trading house. He then grabbed Emily's little hand and explained with a rueful smile, "I didn't lie to you. This flying method is similar to the levitation spell and is one of the martial arts techniques I've trained in. It has nothing to do with magic. Think carefully. Did you feel any magical pulses from my body just now?" Emily started when she heard Han Shuo's words, and her long eyelashes fluttered in confusion. She then looked at Han Shuo in shock and asked incredulously, "Just what kind of martial arts technique are you training in?" "According to my understanding, even the strongest swordsman or sacred knight can only use fighting aura to fly into the air for a short period of time. That kind of martial arts technique can't even be called a flying technique. How can you do it?" "I've said before that the martial arts technique I train in is a bit more wondrous. It's hard for me to explain it to you." Han Shuo indeed couldn't say much about the training of magical arts, and could only explain it to Emily this way. All right. I knew I wouldn't be able to get anything out of you. Let's go. Let's take advantage of the chaos in Valen City and see if we can get anything useful from this slave trading house." Emily rolled her eyes at Han Shuo in rebuke and tugged on Han Shuo's arm as they walked the familiar path towards the slave trading house. Emily must have carefully investigated this slave trading house beforehand and was very familiar with the buildings here. Her body floated in midair as she walked and didn't make a single sound. A layer of black magic as thin as a cicada's wings formed around her body, concealing the condition of her body. Han Shuo had long since become familiar with this kind of shady business. Not only did he not make a single sound, but he also used his extraordinary senses to continuously point the way for Emily, allowing the two to avoid the many guards patrolling along the way. After a while, the two passed through the 2 buildings of the auction house they'd passed last time and headed deeper into the back 3 buildings. This slave trading house usually has soldiers from the Griffin Legion stationed here. It'll be very difficult for us to leave once we've been discovered. However, because of Clark's death today, the soldiers inside will definitely be mobilized to conduct a manhunt for all of Valen City. This is the best opportunity for us," Emily explained to Han Shuo as they walked. Han Shuo became serious once they got down to business. He listened to Emily's words as he silently observed the surroundings. At this moment, an extremely odd smell surged into Han Shuo's nostrils. This smell was mixed with the smell of blood, and it was a bit pungent as Han Shuo slowly took in the air. Sniffing, Han Shuo reached out a hand to pull Emily and said lowly, "There's the smell of blood. Something doesn't seem right here either." "I don't think so." Emily sniffed hard and spoke with surprise. She thought for a moment and seemed to remember Han Shuo's miracles. She said, "See if you can find the direction the smell of blood is coming from." Nodding, Han Shuo said lowly, "Follow me." Grabbing Emily's little hand, Han Shuo used his nose to search for the direction of the smell of blood. He passed 2 buildings on the side and arrived next to a pond. There was a fake mountain next to the pond with several dark caves within. Han Shuo's ears and nose were put to good use as he led Emily into one of the caves. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as the originally thick stone wall suddenly split apart. A terrified Imperial guard rushed out from within, his body covered in blood. He hadn't even taken a few steps when a bone spear suddenly appeared out of thin air and pierced through the Imperial guard's back. 2 zombie warriors then walked out and dragged the Imperial guard's corpse inside. This scene was seen clearly by Han Shuo and Emily, who had just entered and taken the opportunity to hide on the side. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and suddenly said, "Perhaps the necromancer I saw today is inside right now." "This is highly possible, but the owner of this slave shop is Bob Asher, and that necromancer is also one of Clark's killers. Why would he appear here?" Emily was a bit puzzled as she conversed with Han Shuo in a low voice. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The entire city is on high alert right now, and this slave shop is Bob Asher's property. Large amounts of soldiers have been deployed, so no one would have thought that he'd appear here. One of the guards was killed just now, which means that this necromancer isn't a customer here. It's very likely that he's here to hide. Han Shua thought for a moment and opened his mouth to speak slowly. What you say makes a lot of sense. Should we take a look then? Emily spoke approvingly and asked Han Shua for his opinion. Of course. I'm also quite curious about this necromancer. If I were to face him alone, I'd probably have no choice but to run. But now that you're here, we don't need to fear him. Han Shua opened his mouth to speak and paused. Han Shua listened attentively to the movements inside and said after a while, "All right, the footsteps of the zombie warriors have faded away. Let's go take a look." Chapter 155. The two saw corpses littering the ground as soon as they entered the cave. A rough estimate estimated that there were at least a few dozen bodies. Judging from the clothing on their bodies, there were guards from the slave shop, nobles who had come to choose their slaves, and even slaves who had been imprisoned in cages. Torches burned on the surrounding walls, illuminating the area. This place was most likely used to imprison slaves. There were many iron bars in the surroundings, and there were also some instruments of torture in the middle. It looked like they were used to discipline disobedient slaves. A high platform had been built with black stones in the center, and a corpse was tied to several pillars. There was a square groove about 3 meters wide in the center of the platform, and a strong stench of blood emanated from it. More than 10 zombie warriors were summoned and lifted the corpses on the ground, throwing them one by one into the pool of blood in the center of the platform. When the intact corpses fell into the pool of blood, they sank into it with a splash. The pool of blood then bubbled with a gurgling sound, calming down after a while as the water level in the pool rose a few notches. As more and more corpses were thrown into the pool of blood, more and more blood appeared in the pool, almost filling it to the brim. In the corner of the platform, the necromancer that Han Shua had seen last time was holding a white bone staff and revealing his appearance. His body was emaciated, and he was looking expressionlessly at the pool of blood. No signs of life could be seen in his grayish-brown eyes. Han Shua and Selina immediately retreated to a corner when they entered, only using the cracks in the corners to observe everything. Emily set up a soundproof boundary around the two and immediately said in a low voice, "It looks like this necromancer is setting up some sort of altar. I wonder what he's planning on doing." Shaking his head, Han Shua's expression was grave as he said lowly, "I don't know if it's because I've grasped too little necromancy magic, but I don't know anything about this altar that the necromancer is setting up. It looks like an archmage necromancer has grasped many powerful necromancy spells indeed." As Han Shua and Emily spoke in low voices, the necromancer waved the white bone staff in his hand and chanted a spell in a low voice. The blood in the pool of blood on the altar suddenly began to swirl, and the corpses that had been tied to the pillars were instantly stripped of their flesh and blood, becoming a few sets of eerie white skeletons. Another spell of necromancy was chanted, and the souls on the ground that hadn't yet dispersed seemed to materialize as they transformed into clouds of grayish-brown smoke, surging into the pool of blood in the center of the altar. The blood in the blood pool formed a whirlpool, and the bones of the corpses that had just sunk to the bottom were revealed one by one. Then these white bones slowly pieced together, gradually forming a 3-eyed evil god with 8 horns on its head and a barbed tail at its waist. This 3-eyed evil god was formed from white bones. Its 3 eyes were red, yellow, and blue, like triangles embedded on its forehead. When it was still forming, a vast and enormous evil presence spread from its body, filling the entire area with its evil presence. It was a kind of ruthless, murderous, and extremely bloodthirsty evil. Even from a great distance, Han Shua felt a chill in his heart. His eyes abruptly locked onto the 3-eyed evil god, not leaving it for even a second as he focused all of his attention on all of its movements. Oh my gosh, he's connected to the three-eyed evil god, Ansi through the altar. Emily groaned in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Gods were powerful beings of legend, and they had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. However, they were bound by the laws of the plane and couldn't reveal their true forms in this world. However, through some rituals and mediums, some people in this world could actually use profound secret techniques to communicate with the gods. All this time, Han Shuo had thought that this kind of unproven theory was very absurd and that it was something that couldn't possibly exist. But now that the truth was right in front of him, Han Shuo had no choice but to believe it. Seeing that they were separated by who knew how many planes of existence, the three-eyed evil god Ansi had used this necromancer's ritual to descend his consciousness onto the white skeleton. Han Shuo stood there in a daze, his thoughts a mess. A series of mysterious and ancient sounds came from the mouth of the three-eyed evil god. Han Shuo and Emily were both baffled and didn't know what this string of sounds meant. However, the skinny necromancer seemed to be able to communicate directly with him. The necromancer was prostrating on the ground, his head buried deep in his chest as he kowtowed. He suddenly lifted his head with a look of fear and trepidation, and then quickly chanted an incantation. The Life Scout necromancy magic was released, and it suddenly floated in all directions. Not good. When Han Shuo saw this magic appear, he immediately knew that he was in trouble. He suddenly gave a low cry and planned to pull Emily away from this place. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The Life Scout magic spread out in all directions and suddenly lit up when it neared where Han Shuo and Emily were. The face of the kneeling necromancer immediately darkened, and he suddenly waved his white bone staff. The dozen or so zombie warriors that had stopped in the surroundings suddenly walked towards Han Shuo and Emily. "We've been exposed. We have to leave immediately." Emily shouted and suddenly retreated, planning to take Han Shuo and leave this place. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Han Shuo saw that because of the necromancer's distraction, the body of the three-eyed evil god Ansi that had just been formed from white bones suddenly collapsed into the blood pool on the altar. It looked like the necromancer couldn't be distracted for even a moment in order to use the mysterious magic to use the blood and bones in the blood pool to communicate with the three-eyed evil god Ansi. If the necromancer was distracted to deal with Han Shuo and Emily, then Ansi, who had crossed who knew how many planes of existence to descend upon this place with his consciousness, wouldn't be able to use the blood and bones to appear. The three-eyed evil god Ansi can't help him. The two of us don't need to be afraid of him. Han Shuo's body paused, and he stopped at the entrance of the cave. He even grabbed Emily's retreating body with a backhand grip. Emily's beautiful eyes focused on the altar as soon as she heard Han Shuo's words. She also discovered that the three-eyed evil god had disappeared into the blood pool. She immediately calmed down and shouted, "Who are you to dare use such an evil ceremony to summon the three-eyed evil god Ansi in Valence City? The two of you shouldn't have barged in, otherwise I wouldn't have killed you." The skinny necromancer used a levitation spell to fly towards Han Shuo and Emily after saying these words in a hoarse voice. He waved the white bone staff in his hand and released a high-level necromancy spell, Chains of the Grudge Spirits. Dozens of grudge spirits tangled together and formed a long metal chain that moved towards Han Shuo and Emily. The dozen or so zombie warriors also raised their wooden clubs and arrived in front of Han Shuo and Emily, immediately attacking Han Shuo and Emily. Emily snorted delicately and took out her magic staff. She chanted a dark magic spell, and a pitch-black death scythe suddenly took shape in the air. She pointed her magic staff at it, and it slashed towards the zombie warriors. The zombie warriors' bodies were as fragile as paper under the death scythe slashes. They were torn apart in an instant, and not a single one was able to get close to Han Shuo and Emily. As the chains of the grudge spirits wrapped around them, Han Shua's Demon's Lair Edge suddenly whistled as he activated the mystical, glacial spell Fire, causing the Demon's Lair Edge to explode with blinding red light. The temperature of the entire space suddenly soared as the red spell Fire enveloped the Demon's Lair Edge and burned fiercely, rapidly descending towards the chains of the grudge spirits. The chains of the grudge spirits, formed by dozens of grudge spirits, opened their mouths and screamed in terror under the scorching temperature of the Demon's Lair Edge's red world spell Fire. When the Demon's Lair Edge whistled into the chains of the grudge spirits, the chains of the grudge spirits made squeaking sounds and gray smoke rose from it. Dozens of grudge spirits screamed as their souls were destroyed. 3 bone spears suddenly formed and abruptly pierced towards Han Shua and Emily. Han Shua used his mind to control the Demon's Lair Edge to block the 2 bone spears flying towards Emily. He also chanted a necromancy spell in a low voice, and a bone spear pierced through the air, accurately colliding with the other bone spear that was attacking him. Kid, you're also a necromancer." The skinny necromancer suddenly exclaimed in surprise and looked at Han Shua with great surprise. "Haha, indeed. We even joined hands to kill Clark when we were at Calvert's place just now. This is the 2nd time we've met tonight." Han Shua looked at the necromancer with a calm expression and smiled faintly. Last time at Calvert's house, Han Shua had covered his face at first and had only taken off his mask when he killed Clark. When the necromancer had attacked Han Shua, the two had been quite a distance apart. Because it had been the middle of the night, the necromancer hadn't clearly seen Han Shua's face. It was obvious that Han Shua hadn't recognized him this time. "So it's you!" The necromancer exclaimed lowly and quickly floated towards Han Shua again. He said darkly, "We're both necromancers. Let me see if you've understood the mysteries of necromancy." The necromancer attacked again after he'd finished speaking, looking like he wanted to kill off Han Shua first. Chapter 156. I've only just started and was just about to ask for your guidance. Han Shua wasn't afraid of him. There was also the dark archmage, Emily, by his side. With the 2 of them fighting him, they definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Thus, when the necromancer floated over, Han Shua didn't seem nervous at all. The necromancer's figure was as elusive as a ghost, constantly changing directions as he neared Han Shua and Emily. When he was only 10 meters away from the 2, the archmage suddenly waved his white bone staff and chanted a necromancy incantation in a low voice. An evil knight with dark brown skin and a body covered in black metal armor was over 3 meters tall and was riding a howling beast that was even more robust than a wild rhinoceros. Its body was covered in brown scales, and it raised a spiked club that was as thick as a person. It urged the howling beast beneath it to charge viciously towards Han Shua and Emily. Evil knights were dark creatures of a higher level than hate knights. Only archmage necromancers could summon them. They came from the dark abyss of another dimension, and the black metal armor on their bodies had excellent physical defense. Their ferocious strength combined with the howling beast charge was a nightmare for anyone. As soon as the evil knight appeared, he urged the howling beast to charge at Han Shua and Emily, raising his spiked club high above his head and smashing it down like an iron pillar. When Emily saw the evil knight appear, she immediately retreated without saying a word. She chanted a dark magic incantation in a low voice, and the enormous Grim Reaper's scythe, which had yet to disappear, once again slashed at the evil knight under Emily's control. After summoning the evil knight, the necromancer didn't take another step forward. Instead, he quickly dodged to the back, summoning a group of gargoyles to attack Han Shua as he continued to fire bone spears in all directions. Compared to the fights between the students of the academy, this necromancer was obviously a veteran of 100 battles. He had a very accurate grasp of the timing of the battle. He had drifted towards Han Shua's group in order to summon the evil knight in front of them. He wanted to charge at them at close range so that they wouldn't have much of a chance to defend themselves. The Demon's Lair Edge followed Han Shua's will and once again spiraled out, bringing with it the fiery red spell flames, shooting towards the group of attacking gargoyles. Han Shuo chanted a bone shield spell and abruptly placed it in front of him, blocking the bone spear from piercing through. After blocking 2 attacks from the bone spears, the bone shield ran out of magic power and cracked. At this moment, Han Shuo's mental strength quickly condensed and circulated, suddenly summoning the little skull. He even used his consciousness to tell the little skull to deal with the evil knight. The evil knight riding the howling beast was an extremely high-level dark creature. When faced with the grim Reaper scythe formed by Emily's dark magic, he very nimbly used the spiked mace in his hands to defend himself. The spiked mace that had appeared with him in this plane was extremely sturdy and didn't break at all when it collided with the grim Reaper scythe formed by Emily's magic. "Oh, do you only know how to summon skeletal warriors?" The necromancer was very confused when he saw that Han Shuo had only summoned a strange little skull warrior after quickly chanting a spell. Han Shuo didn't reply with a calm smile on his face. He only used his consciousness to instruct the little skull to attack the evil knight. The 2 leg bones suddenly shot out, and the 7 bone spurs on the little skull's back swayed as he actually flew into the air. The bone dagger that he had been holding tightly was the first to shoot out, quickly stabbing towards the evil knight's back like a bolt of lightning. The evil knight that was facing the grim Reaper scythe seemed to be a bit disdainful. He only shook his shoulders slightly, and black iron armor covered his back. The necromancer had a mocking smile on his face as he watched the little skull's attack. He wasn't worried about the evil knight that he had summoned at all. Just as the little skull's bone dagger was about to land on the evil knight's back, the bone dagger magically froze in the air for a moment. Then it suddenly changed direction and stabbed into the evil knight's exposed neck with a whoosh. The evil knight that was facing the grim Reaper scythe's attack suddenly let out a series of strange, mournful cries as he waved the huge wolf-tooth club in his hands wildly. With a pew sound, the scythe that Emily had condensed passed through the wolf-tooth club's bombardment and chopped down on the howling beast beneath the evil knight. The howling beast's head was directly chopped off, and sparks of light shone from its head. At the same time, the little skull that had flown over had already landed in front of the evil knight. The 7 bone spurs on his back instantly danced as if he was using the chaotic cloak technique. The 7 bone spurs fiercely stabbed at the evil knight's body that wasn't covered in black iron armor. The little skull also pulled out the bone dagger that had been stuck in the evil knight's neck. He held it in his hand and continuously stabbed it into the evil knight's body. The originally shiny black iron armor of the evil knight suddenly underwent a huge change along with the howling beast's loud roar. The black iron armor suddenly rusted, and the originally thick and lustrous body of the evil knight turned to dust as if it had been weathered away. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. Even the howling beast he was riding had turned to ashes like him. This was a sign that all traces of life had been completely erased. After the evil knight had disappeared, Emily let out a light breath and calmed her tightly clenched heart. The grim Reaper scythe had also disappeared along with it. The one that remained in place was still the little skull holding the bone dagger. Little Skull waved the bone dagger a bit, and the 7 bone spurs that had been scattered on the ground flew back to his back. At this time, the disdain on the necromancer's face had long since disappeared without a trace. He looked at Little Skull in disbelief and cried out in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Not even 100 skeletal warriors could harm an evil knight. This goes against the common sense of necromancy. A calm smile still hung on his face as Han Shuo said very casually, "Nothing is impossible. Although I don't grasp as much necromancy as you, I don't think there's anything that I can't understand." The bone dagger-wielding little skeleton's leg trembled as he gave the order. He'd already locked onto the necromancer and quickly flew towards the necromancer. He jumped in fright and then chuckled oddly. "Good, very good. Then let me see just what secrets you have." A necromancy incantation came out of his mouth, and he quickly approached Han Shuo. Just as he was about to draw close to the little skull, the necromancer suddenly flew high into the air and threw out the white bone staff in his hand, suddenly covering Han Shuo's head. In the blink of an eye, an enormous amount of evil mental strength surged into Han Shuo's mind through the white bone staff. Like a magnet, it attempted to take over Han Shuo's memories for itself. A proud smile appeared on the necromancer's face as he yelled darkly at the panicking Emily, "Don't act blindly without thinking. I've already established a connection with his soul. If I suddenly die, his soul will scatter as well and he'll become an idiot." Emily was stunned when she heard these words. She then looked anxiously at Han Shuo. She discovered that Han Shuo's expression had become absent-minded in just an instant. His eyes were unfocused as he stood there, as if he were a statue or a stone person. Even the little skull, who just received Han Shuo's order to attack the necromancer, suddenly froze in place. He raised his bone dagger and looked around blankly, as if waiting for Han Shuo to give him an order. "Haha, this is a necromancy spell I've recently grasped called soul erosion. Using this necromancy spell, I can take over a person's soul as my own. After eroding their soul, I can obtain all their secrets. In this process, I'm connected to the target soul. If I suddenly die, the target won't be able to escape either. Haha." When the necromancer saw that the evil power of the white bone staff had invaded Han Shuo's mind, he immediately explained to Emily with a smug expression. Emily was extremely anxious as she looked at Han Shuo's current state. She didn't know if she should make a move against this necromancer or not. As an archmage, Emily could clearly feel the enormous evil power of the white bone staff above Han Shuo's head pouring into Han Shuo's body. Therefore, Emily really didn't dare to doubt the necromancer's words. Just as Emily was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do, the originally lifeless Han Shuo suddenly let out a shrill howl. Han Shuo's 2 arms ignited with purple and red flames. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in the purple and red flames. His face looked extremely sinister and frightening, and his entire body was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. At the same time, the necromancer, who'd been extremely pleased with himself, suddenly paled. His originally relaxed and proud expression abruptly faded as he yelled with extreme fear, "No, don't!" Chapter 157. The white bone staff that had been hovering over Han Shuo's head had suddenly flipped over at some point, leaving Han Shuo's head and enveloping the necromancer within. The terrified necromancer continuously chanted necromancy spells in an attempt to retrieve the white bone staff, but it was a pity that he was powerless to do so. At the same time, the demon's lair edge suddenly flew out and abruptly stabbed into the necromancer's chest. Red, demonic flames instantly ignited above his head, and Han Shuo suddenly sat down cross-legged. It was his turn to softly chant necromancy spells. In an extremely short amount of time, the necromancer, whose head had been enveloped in red, demonic flames, had been burned beyond recognition. His head was like a piece of black charcoal, and his facial features were no longer discernible. A mysterious incantation sounded from Han Shuo's mouth. Han Shuo waved his hand, and the white bone staff shot out a web of green light. This web of green light enveloped the necromancer's head, sucking in something like a whirlpool. A cloud of gray aura suddenly floated out of the necromancer's body. It was the same as the souls of the dead in the field, and was slowly caught in the large green net. It floated in front of Han Shuo along with the white bone staff. When it reached Han Shuo's head, the white bone staff suddenly fell into Han Shuo's hand. The green web, along with the necromancer's soul, flowed through Han Shuo's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, bit by bit into Han Shuo's head. This series of changes left Emily dumbfounded. She had no idea what had just happened. She couldn't understand why the necromancer, who had been so proud just a moment ago, had lost his soul in an instant and been collected by Han Shuo. After the aura of the green web and the necromancer's soul flowed into Han Shuo's head through his 7 orifices, Han Shuo sat cross-legged without moving. However, his facial expression constantly changed, sometimes joyful, sometimes pained, and sometimes angry. While Han Shuo sat cross-legged without moving, Little Skull, who had been standing in place blankly, seemed to be a bit puzzled. Holding the bone dagger in his hand, he paced around the area. When Little Skull walked to the center of the altar, he actually set his eyes on the blood pool where Ansi Desi had summoned the three-eyed demon god. Get out of there! Emily knew that Little Skull had a mysterious connection with Han Shuo. When she saw Little Skull run to that dangerous place alone, she immediately shouted. The blood pool in the center of the evil altar was formed from the blood of the many guards and merchants here. In addition, the necromancer had added some kind of malicious substance into it. Emily was afraid that the filth in the blood pool would harm Little Skull's body after he entered. Unfortunately, Emily wasn't Han Shuo. Her words had no effect on Little Skull at all. Her shout of "get out of there" actually had the opposite effect. Little Skull turned around and rubbed his shiny skull. He looked at Emily with some confusion, then jumped into the blood pool. Oh, heavens, the master is crazy, and even the summoned creature is a little crazy. Emily was about to go crazy with worry and immediately cursed out loud. Although she was cursing, Emily still walked towards the altar, intending to see how she could help Little Skull. When she arrived at the altar, she immediately saw Little Skull splashing around in the blood pool, like an innocent child playing with water. His bony face actually made Emily feel a sense of joy. Oh, what's going on with this Little Skull? Seeing that Little Skull was unharmed and even seemed to be having a lot of fun, Emily was completely at a loss for words. When the corpses fell into the blood pool earlier, their flesh and blood would immediately dissolve, and their bones would also sink into the blood pool without a trace. However, Little Skull didn't seem to be affected at all after entering, which made Emily extremely flabbergasted. Thinking back to the first time she'd met Han Shuo, this Little Skull was immune to many dark magic and had chased after her in a frenzy. Emily couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. She thought to herself, it looks like I really can't understand some things. Suddenly, Emily's long eyelashes fluttered rapidly as her eyes stared at the blood pool in confusion. When she looked closely, Emily discovered that the amount of blood in the blood pool seemed to be gradually decreasing. When Emily focused her eyes on Little Skull, she suddenly discovered that the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back seemed to be absorbing the blood in the blood pool. This strange discovery caused Emily to groan in shock. She muttered softly, Heavens, what kind of demon did he create? The blood in the blood pool was gradually absorbed by the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back as he played with the water. When the bottom of the blood pool could be seen, many of the white bones in the pool seemed to be affected by some kind of power and turned into bone powder that fused with the remaining blood. Then they were absorbed by the 7 bone spurs along with the blood. This process lasted for half an hour. Everything in the blood pool was absorbed by the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back. When the blood pool was emptied, Emily discovered that the 7 bone spurs on the little skeleton's back had completely turned a demonic red, like fresh blood. They even faintly emitted a bloody glow, making them look even more terrifying and incisive. The blood pool was square in shape and was more than 3 meters deep after everything disappeared. Little Skull was only a little more than a meter tall. At this moment, he was looking at Emily from the pool, seemingly considering how to climb up. You're out of ideas now, aren't you? Emily huffed. She was about to let down a rope and pull Little Skull up. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Little Skull fanned the 7 blood red bone spurs and wobbled out from the bottom of the blood pool. When he landed beside the dumbstruck Emily, Little Skull didn't even look at Emily. He fanned the 7 bone spurs again and flew to Han Shuo, who was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Damn it, you're just as despicable as your master. Although Little Skull didn't have any expression on his face, Emily felt that Little Skull was immensely proud of himself and couldn't help but curse out loud. Emily then saw Little Skull continued to fan the 7-boned spurs and fly around the enormous room. At first, they were wobbly, but gradually became very stable as he flew around. His speed also became faster and faster. In the end, Emily, who was chasing after him, couldn't even turn her eyes. At this moment, Han Shuo exhaled softly and suddenly said, "It's finally done!" Emily was shocked and stopped looking at Little Skull. Her beautiful eyes suddenly landed on Han Shuo. Suddenly, Emily froze and looked into Han Shuo's eyes with great astonishment. For a moment, she actually forgot to ask Han Shuo what was going on. Han Shuo's eyes suddenly became exceedingly bright, as dazzling as the brightest star in the vast starry sky. They appeared so enchanting, so deep, yet also gave people a sense of unfathomable mystery. "What's wrong?" Han Shuo looked at Emily's love-struck expression and couldn't help but stand up and walk in front of Emily. He pinched Emily's delicate cheeks and asked with some confusion, "No, nothing. I just discovered that your eyes are brighter, and even your aura seems to have changed." Emily blushed a bit shyly as she pushed Han Shuo's hand away from her cheeks and stammered to Han Shuo, "Ha ha, so there are such additional benefits to corroding this necromancer's soul." Han Shuo laughed happily and said cheerfully, "Hurry up and tell me just what's going on." Emily's curiosity at this moment was enough to kill her. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Han Shuo by the neck and said fiercely, "Cough, cough, all right." Pushing Emily's hands away from his neck, Han Shuo explained with a smile, "I told you before that the martial arts technique I practice is very miraculous. Not only did it strengthen my body, but it also expanded my brain. Just now, he wanted to use the soul erosion magic to take over my soul and obtain all my memories. However, during this process, due to the expansion of my brain, I was also affected by the soul erosion magic and was able to sense all the memories of his soul. Logically speaking, a necromancer of my level definitely wouldn't have the mental strength and processing speed of his brain compared to someone who'd practiced soul erosion. Then a normal person would have their soul taken over and their memories taken over before they could even figure out his name. It's a pity that my brain has been brutally strengthened and the tenacity of my nerves isn't something he can imagine. I was faster than him and obtained all of the memories in his soul. I then took over his soul and obtained everything of him. It's that simple." Emily was flabbergasted when she heard this explanation from Han Shuo's mouth. Her face was full of disbelief as she looked at Han Shuo and kept shaking her head as she said, "Loli, unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Just what kind of monster are you?" Han Shuo hugged Emily tightly and said with a cheeky grin, all right, don't be so surprised. We can leave this place now." The demon's lair edge that was still stuck in the necromancer's chest suddenly flew up after he'd finished speaking and landed in Han Shuo's hand in an instant. There was still a severed finger at the tip of the demon's lair edge. There was a space ring on the severed finger, which Han Shuo unceremoniously put away. "Stinking brat, stop flying around. Get down here." Little Skull, who was still happily circling in the air, laughed and called out. Little Skull flew in front of Han Shuo and suddenly stopped in front of Han Shuo, waving his bone dagger as he glided in the air. He entered the blood pool and absorbed all the blood and bone powder in the blood pool into the 7-bone spurs. Emily was afraid that Han Shuo didn't know what Little Skull had done when he closed his eyes and hastily explained to Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo said with a smile, "I know, this isn't the first time he's been so daring. This isn't a big deal. Look, he can even fly now, isn't that great? I don't even know what kind of demon you've created. I discovered that he seems to have his own emotions. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but when I laughed at him for not being able to climb out of the blood pool, he immediately flew out proudly. Really, I can feel that he's really showing off in front of me, I promise." Emily looked at Little Skull and seemed to suddenly remember what had just happened. She hastily explained to Han Shuo, "Ha, don't be surprised. There are too many inconceivable things in this world. I believe that what you're saying isn't an illusion because I've had the same feeling before. Right now, I'm not sure what's going on, but I think that in the future, as he continues to evolve, he'll give me an explanation." Han Shuo wasn't surprised at all and pointed at Little Skull with a smile. Emily was stunned when she heard this. After a while, she looked at Little Skull with a wry smile, then looked at Han Shuo and scolded. "What two monsters? There's nothing to be surprised about. You have to learn to adapt to everything about me, because I think that more and more amazing things will happen to me in the future." Han Shuo laughed loudly and seemed to be in a very good mood. "Brian, your growth is so fast. Your future accomplishments are unimaginable. Who knows? Maybe I won't be able to help you very soon. As for me, I'm just a widow. Will you abandon me in the future?" Emily looked at the current Han Shuo and suddenly thought of the future. Her beautiful eyes looked at Han Shuo and asked a bit strangely, "Don't be silly. I'm with you not because you can help me with anything. Even if our identities change in the future, it won't affect us at all." Han Shuo looked deeply at Emily as he said this. When he saw Emily's happy expression, he pulled on Emily and said, "Let's go, let's go. Let's leave this place first. We don't need to go anywhere else. I think I've already gotten what you need." The two didn't continue to linger and left hand in hand. The sky had just begun to brighten, so they took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and left the place as stealthily as they had come. Chapter 158. The Dark Mantle had their own secret rooms in every city in the Lancelot Empire, and Valen City was naturally no exception. Han Shuo sat cross-legged by himself in a secret underground room built from solid rock, slowly digesting the memories of the necromancer's soul. Han Shuo didn't take a step out of the secret room for 4 days in a row as he went through the necromancer's decades of memories in his mind. The necromancer named Clarendon was already 52 years old. Han Shuo had extracted, filtered, and digested everything he'd experienced in the past 52 years. Han Shuo used these 4 days to absorb and memorize dozens of battle experiences, his lifetime's comprehension of necromancy magic, and some of the secrets of his identity. Of course, Han Shuo was too lazy to use his brain to remember the other unimportant matters. After learning all of the necromancer's experiences, Han Shuo learned that Clarendon had always belonged to an organization called the Calamity Church and had been acting under the orders of the Calamity Church's upper echelons. The operation against Clark this time was completely under the orders of the upper echelons. Clarendon himself didn't know why he had to assassinate Clark. Apart from some matters regarding his identity, Han Shuo's greatest gain was that he'd obtained some of the necromancer Clarendon's magical experiences from apprentice to archmage, as well as all of his battle experiences and comprehension before his death. If there really was such a thing as reaching the heavens in a single step in this world, then Han Shuo was one of them. Obtaining the necromancer's magical body and battle experiences would allow Han Shuo to avoid many detours before he became an archmage. As long as he had enough mental strength, he'd be able to quickly and immediately learn high-level necromancy magic. Clarendon's dozens of battle experiences had greatly enriched Han Shuo's horizons and would be immeasurably beneficial to Han Shuo's future battles. The immature Han Shuo knew everything that needed to be avoided and paid attention to. This kind of gain wasn't any less than the comprehension of necromancy magic. After 4 days, Han Shuo had obtained all of Clarendon's valuable memories. However, he did not immediately leave the secret room. Instead, he continued to stay in this secret room and spent another 2 days mastering the other necromancy, spells that a journeyman mage should know. When Han Shuo walked out of the secret chamber, he felt refreshed and in a good mood. He was even more confident about this operation. Chester was guarding the door. When he saw Han Shuo appear, he respectfully said to Han Shuo, "You're finally out. Lady Emily told me to bring you to her immediately once you came out." "Hey, Chester, why are you so serious now? I remember you weren't like this when I first met you." Chester's tone had been quite casual and relaxed when he'd interacted with him before, but Chester was noticeably more reserved in front of Han Shuo now. His tone was more like a subordinate talking to his superior. This made Han Shuo a bit puzzled. Brian, you're sure to be a great personage in the future. I'm just getting used to it in advance. Chester relaxed slightly and said with a smile. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said casually, even if I do become a great personage, our relationship shouldn't be so distant. Clapping Chester's shoulder, Han Shuo said with a relaxed smile, Really, mate, relax a bit. You're making me feel a bit awkward when you're so serious. All right, I know what to do. Brian, hurry up and go see Lady Emily. She said to bring you to her immediately once you left. With Han Shuo patting his shoulder and talking to him, Chester seemed to be a bit more at ease. He chuckled lightly and quickly led Han Shuo to a brightly lit walkway. After a few minutes, Han Shuo walked out of the secret underground room and came to the room where Emily was. After arriving here, Chester winked at Han Shuo and retreated to the side with a chuckle. He only stopped to guard the place after he was a distance away. In the past few days of getting along, although Han Shuo and Emily had deliberately concealed their identities, the tone and movements of their conversation still revealed some ambiguous information. As a thief, Chester was very quick-witted. After getting along for a few days, he naturally discovered some clues. However, Chester was a smart man. He knew that only by getting on well with Han Shuo would he have a chance to climb up. Therefore, he knew that even if he understood some things in his heart, he had to pretend that he didn't understand. Han Shuo also understood this in his heart, so he wasn't worried that Chester would say anything. Looking at Chester winking at him, Han Shuo still had a calm expression on his face. He pushed the door open and walked into Emily's room without any taboo. Who's there? Emily was taken aback and suddenly exclaimed from the bathroom inside. Han Shuo even heard the sound of water droplets. With a jolt in his heart, Han Shuo already knew that Emily was taking a bath at this time. After 6 consecutive days of seclusion, Han Shuo had been holding it in for quite a long time. Therefore, after a smirk, he closed the door with a backhand and quickly shot directly into Emily's bathroom. Emily, who was a little panicked at first, immediately knew who it was as soon as she heard Han Shuo smirk. She couldn't help but blush, and her perfect, wet body fell back into the bathtub again. The thief is here. Han Shuo chuckled mischievously and circulated his magical yuan. The clothes on his body suddenly tore apart and fell to the ground, revealing his strong, muscular, and domineering body. He leapt into the bath, causing a huge splash. Evil thief, I hate you. Emily laughed coquettishly as she slapped at the water, seeming to stop Han Shuo's invasion. However, her curses turned into bone-chilling, soul-sucking moans after the span of a few breaths. After a long while, Emily's entire body spasmed and convulsed. She moaned loudly, and the splashes in the pool slowly returned to normal. So beautiful! Emily gasped lowly and lay her body on Han Shuo's broad chest. She said happily, the evil thing that I love and hate at the same time. Leaning lazily on the edge of the pool, Han Shuo said contentedly, soaking in such a warm bath in such a cold winter is indeed one of life's great joys. Oh, right. Why were you looking for me so urgently? What do you think? Of course, I wanted to ask you what you've gained in the past few days. Emily's slender hands unconsciously slid down Han Shuo's back as she asked Han Shuo. Han Shuo took in a refreshing breath and recounted his gains in the past few days to Emily in detail. When Han Shuo had finished speaking, Emily was extremely shocked. She looked at Han Shuo and said with wild joy, You've received his understanding and battle experience in necromancy magic. Does this mean that you can quickly train to the Archmage level and grasp all the necromancy magic he's already grasped as long as you have enough mental strength? I think so. I've just tried practicing another journeyman necromancy magic and discovered that I've completely grasped it in a short amount of time according to this necromancer's experiences. I didn't take any detours in the middle. Han Shuo nodded affirmatively and responded to Emily. My gosh, this is too miraculous, too unbelievable. Emily was overjoyed when she heard Han Shuo's words. She couldn't help but repeat these words, seeming to be even more excited than Han Shuo himself. The necromancer found these documents in a secret room in the slave trading house. There are business records regarding Bob Asher, and it proves that he was indeed involved in the slave trading house. Han Shuo handed over some of the documents he'd obtained from the necromancer regarding the slave trade to Emily after he'd finished his narration. Although the necromancer named Clarendon had set up a magical boundary in his space ring, Han Shuo had easily opened the magical boundary because he'd obtained all of the necromancer's memories. He'd obtained a few books on necromancy magic, some medicines to recover mental strength, and a few magic robes that could increase the power of magic. Of course, what satisfied Han Shuo the most was the white bone staff that Clarendon had used. This white bone staff should have been made specifically for necromancers. Using this white bone staff to cast necromancy magic would increase the power of Han Shuo's necromancy magic. Originally, when Han Shuo cast the bone spear spell, only one bone spear would appear, but now he could cast 2 bone spears at once with this white bone staff. Even the number of dark creatures that could be summoned had increased under the same mental strength. Emily was overjoyed as she held the documents that Han Shuo had handed over. She was about to say something when she suddenly thought of something and stared fiercely at Han Shuo. She asked urgently, "What organization did you say this necromancer belonged to?" "The Calamity Church." Han Shuo started and responded. Emily's expression changed abruptly as her face turned deathly white. She immediately said to Han Shuo, "Don't tell anyone that I killed Clarendon. Also, Lawrence came looking for you and told you to go see him when you have time. You can go now and be careful. I need to report the Calamity Church to my brother immediately." Emily hastily gave Han Shuo a few more reminders after she'd finished speaking, telling him not to tell anyone about the Calamity Church. She then quickly left for the secret room where the dark mantle communicated with the upper echelons through the magic mirror. Chapter 159. Ever since he'd learned of Lawrence's identity, Han Shuo had been mulling over how he should interact with him in the future. Judging from the current situation, Lawrence was obviously planning on participating in the struggle for power between the princes. It was just that his identity was an awkward one, and this would make his situation less optimistic. If Lawrence really could inherit the throne, Han Shuo wouldn't mind being a bit closer to him, and would even be willing to go on adventures with him. However, if Lawrence didn't have the strength to do so and rashly stayed with him, it would put Han Shuo in an extremely unfavorable situation. Therefore, even though he knew Lawrence's identity, Han Shuo pretended that he didn't know anything. He walked to Lawrence's house with his usual expression. It was Assassin Lucky who brought Han Shuo in this time. After experiencing the assassination of Clark last time, this old assassin seemed to have completely acknowledged Han Shuo's strength. His expression was no longer as cold as before as he brought Han Shuo into a living room and said, "He's not here for now, but he can return at any time. You can wait here for a while if you're not in a hurry." Nodding, Han Shuo looked at old Assassin Lucky and said with a smile, "No problem, I'll wait for a while." "Oh, right, I saw you deal with Calvert afterwards. Did you kill him in the end?" "Of course, not only Calvert, but even his son was killed by me." Old Assassin Lucky had a proud expression on his face. It looked like he was quite proud of his assassination skills. Han Shuo suddenly remembered Lisa's matter as he casually chatted with Lucky. He asked, "Oh right, is Lisa here right now? I want to take advantage of Lawrence's absence to go see her." "Miss Lisa is here. Come with me, I'll take you to see her," Lucky said as he led Han Shuo through a courtyard and into a secluded building in the back. He then reminded Han Shuo in a low voice, "Miss Lisa's emotions have stabilized due to the deaths of Calvert and his son. However, it's best if you don't bring up matters regarding her family." Nodding in understanding, Han Shuo didn't say anything else and approached the building alone, knocking lightly on the door. "Is it Cousin Lawrence?" Lisa asked through the door from inside the room, her voice still a bit sad. "It's me," Han Shuo responded. "Oh, Brian, you've come to see me." Han Shuo could hear the joy he hadn't felt in a long time from Lisa's voice. Footsteps quickly approached as Lisa opened the door to the room and appeared in front of Han Shuo wearing a cotton nightgown. Although the originally innocent and cute Lisa's appearance hadn't changed at all after experiencing the tragic changes in her life, and she was still so young and naive, her bright eyes were always tinged with a faint sadness. Her entire demeanor had become a bit pitiful, and she was quite different from her previous unruly and willful self. However, the pitiful Lisa at this moment actually made Han Shuo feel more at ease when he looked at her. Han Shuo closed the door after walking in and exhaled lightly, pretending to be cold as he said, "The weather outside is really quite cold. Thank you for helping me kill that old dog Calvert." Lisa tugged on Han Shuo's sleeve and motioned for Han Shuo to follow her into the room as she thanked Han Shuo. A stove was burning inside and warmed the room. Lisa added some dry wood to the stove after coming in and then sat down on a soft fur-cushioned chair. "It was your cousin Lawrence's men who killed Calvert. You should be thanking your cousin. I only caused some trouble." Han Shuo found a chair and sat down. He casually picked up a cup and poured himself a cup of steaming hot water, drinking it by himself. "If it wasn't for you causing trouble, my cousin's men wouldn't have succeeded so easily." Lisa had indeed changed in some ways compared to before. She mused for a while after saying this and looked a bit timidly at Han Shuo, saying, "You spent so much gold to buy me in the slave trading house. According to the rules of slaves, I should belong to you." Startled, Han Shuo immediately said seriously, "Lisa, you know that I'm buying you completely for the sake of saving you. I have absolutely no other intentions. Besides, those gold coins weren't that much. We're friends after all. Don't misunderstand." Shaking her head sadly, Lisa looked at Han Shuo with a bit of panic, saying, "Do you dislike me and don't want me any more?" No, we're friends, and this is what I should do. You have your freedom, and I don't want you to feel guilty because of those 1,000 gold coins," Han Shuo said hastily. Lisa fell silent again after saying this and said to Han Shuo after a while, "Because of Bob Asher's framing, my family is completely finished and my status as a slave has been set in stone. You bought me in front of so many people in that slave shop. There's no way to change this fact. Then I can return your freedom and remove your status as a slave." Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Lisa. Han Shuo heard footsteps coming from outside this time. Lawrence walked in with a slight smile after a while and asked when he saw Han Shuo and Lisa talking, "What are you two talking about?" "I'm saying that I want to remove Lisa's status as a slave." Han Shuo looked at Lawrence and responded, "Give me your crystal card and I'll transfer 1,000 gold coins to you. Consider that you sold Lisa to me through the legal process and leave the rest to me." Lawrence seemed to have thought about this long ago and immediately made a suggestion when he heard Han Shuo mention this matter. "No need. Lisa is my friend and I can give her to you now. I can't accept the 1,000 gold coins." To Han Shuo, 1,000 gold coins was nothing at all. In addition, Han Shuo did have thoughts of saving Lisa. Lawrence didn't insist on declining after Han Shuo's words and nodded at Han Shuo with a smile. He said readily, "That's fine, I'll take care of Lisa's status for her. However, this is Valen City and Bob Asher's territory. I'll get Lisa back to the Empire in the next 2 days. Bob Asher won't be able to do anything then even if he wants to." As the third prince, Lawrence had a close relationship with the king. It naturally wouldn't be difficult for him to take care of such a small matter. Now that Valen City was in chaos, it was indeed a bit dangerous for Lisa to stay here. It was definitely a good thing to get her away as soon as possible. "Lisa, Brian, and I have some things to discuss in private. We'll be leaving first." Lawrence shot Han Shuo a meaningful glance and walked outside. Han Shuo rose and followed. The two arrived next to a fake mountain in the front of the courtyard. Lawrence looked deeply at Han Shuo and asked, "Brian, why did you and Madam Emily come to Valen City this time?" This matter was related to the secrets of the Dark Mantle and Han Shuo naturally couldn't say much. He shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I promised Madame Emily that I wouldn't divulge this matter." Sighing lowly, Lawrence said sincerely, "Your background is clean. Although you were once a slave, it doesn't matter much. However, Emily is different. Her current status is old Han's wife. If you walk too closely with her, it will affect your future. I think I understand what you mean, but I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry about me in this regard. Right? If you've come to Valen City this time to save Lisa and assassinate Clark, then you've finished your business here. Are you leaving soon?" Lawrence had good intentions, but Han Shuo and Emily's relationship had already been set. Han Shuo had his own thoughts and plans and naturally wouldn't change anything because of Lawrence's persuasion. "Apart from this, I've also promised someone to deal with Bob Asher of Valen City. Perhaps you can help me?" Lawrence stared at Han Shuo and suddenly opened his mouth to speak. "Haha, you must be joking. You're inviting me to deal with the chief of the Griffin Legion? This is too funny. I know my own weight. I don't think I'll be of any use against someone of old Bob's level." Han Shuo's heart was as clear as snow, but he purposefully played dumb. Lawrence stared hard at Han Shuo and was about to say something when Lucky's low cry suddenly traveled in from the distance. "Not good. This place has been exposed. I think we need to leave immediately. Bob Asher's men are already here." Lawrence was startled and his expression fluctuated slightly. He finally said to Han Shuo, "Brian, please take Lisa and leave through the back courtyard through the small path. We still need to make some preparations." Things were urgent at this moment and Han Shuo didn't say much. He nodded decisively and abruptly sprang into action, breaking through the door and rushing into Lisa's room like lightning. He didn't wait for Lisa to say anything as he casually grabbed a fur coat from the wall and wrapped it around Lisa. He carried Lisa through the window and rushed towards the small path in the back courtyard. The urgent neighing of horses sounded in the distance and quickly approached. Han Shuo knew that the Griffin Legion would have sent quite a few men this time, and he didn't know if Lawrence and the others would be able to escape. Within Valen City, Bob Asher's Griffin Legion could cover the sky with one hand. Even a prince like him would die if he fought them head-on. Chapter 160. Han Shuo immediately focused all of his attention as soon as he left the rear courtyard. Although he was carrying Lisa, Han Shuo's speed was still as fast as lightning. He flew at full speed as soon as he landed on the small path behind him. It was noon at this time, but there weren't many people on the streets, even in broad daylight in such a cold winter. Add to that the fact that Valen City had been on high alert for the past 2 days, and the residents had mostly hidden themselves in their homes and refrained from going out. Han Shuo's figure was a bit of an eyesore as he dashed through the streets. 2 Griffin riders were on patrol in the sky, whistling through the air when they spotted Han Shuo's figure. The Griffin screeched, and the 2 Griffin riders flew in Han Shuo's direction with 3-meter-long javelins. "There are Griffins in the sky." Lisa, who was in Han Shuo's arms, had her face flushed red from the cold. When she raised her head to look at the sky, she discovered that the 2 Griffin knights were chasing each other. She hurriedly reminded Han Shuo, "I know, don't worry." Han Shuo had long since seen the 2 Griffin knights tailing him. His expression didn't change as he called out to Lisa in a low voice. His body continued to quickly weave through the chaotic streets as his mind raced for countermeasures. Han Shuo clearly remembered the places he'd passed by on his way to Lawrence. Now that he'd been targeted by the Griffin riders, Han Shuo quickly thought of a way to deal with them. The Dark Mantle stronghold couldn't be exposed, so he absolutely couldn't return to the Dark Mantle now. There were soldiers of the Griffin Legion patrolling every corner of Valen City. Now that the 2 Griffin riders in the sky had their eyes on him, he had to quickly shake them off or find a place to kill them. Otherwise, even greater trouble would befall him. As his thoughts raced, Han Shuo suddenly changed directions. He no longer used the terrain to weave through the houses, but instead ran in the direction of a patch of forest that he'd seen on his way here. Magical yuan circulated within Han Shua's body, the surging power seemingly endless. Han Shua's running speed far exceeded the expectations of the 2 Griffin Knights. The 2 Griffin Legion riders had originally planned on lowering their griffins to kill Han Shua as soon as he left the area with too many obstructions. Who would have thought that Han Shua would be riding a sturdy, healthy horse after leaving the area? His swift speed caught the 2 Griffin Legion riders off guard. However, the griffins naturally had the advantage of flying in the sky. After the 2 Griffin riders steadied themselves, the 2 griffins finally caught up to Han Shua. They kept a close eye on Han Shua as he circled above the forest. This place was already a few miles away from where Lawrence was. Han Shua had noticed that there were only 2 Griffin Knights chasing after him, so he didn't appear to be flustered. When he entered the forest, Han Shua's body immediately paused and he abruptly stopped. He tossed Lisa into the air and carried her on his back. "Hold on to me tightly. Don't let go no matter what," Han Shua instructed lowly. Nodding obediently on Han Shua's back, Lisa said resolutely, "I understand. I won't let go of your hands, even if I die." "Don't worry, it won't be the 2 of us who will die," Han Shua confidently comforted Lisa. He took out a tough, soft rope from his space ring and wrapped it tightly around Lisa's back, preventing her from falling off midway. After doing all this, Han Shua grasped the Demon's Lair edge in his right hand and looked coldly at the 2 Griffin Knights circling in the sky, preparing to slaughter the 2 humans and 2 magical beasts. "Let's see where you're going." One of the Griffin Knight above sneered disdainfully. He waved the sharp javelin in his hand and kicked the waist of the griffin he was riding in an odd manner. The griffin, circling in the sky, suddenly screeched strangely and dove straight for Han Shua. The griffin's iron claws could tear a wild ox apart. When it swiped at Han Shua, its enormous body and the knight's cold javelin created a ferocious aura that shocked the soul. The other Griffin Knight drove the griffin closer to Han Shua, but didn't immediately make a move. His face was filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he felt that any one of them was more than enough to deal with Han Shua. He didn't need to make a move at all. Han Shua's expression was cold as he stood where he was, not moving an inch. His eyes stared closely at the knight and the griffin descending. A white bone staff suddenly appeared in Han Shua's other hand when the griffin's iron claws were about to reach the trees of the forest. A dark mist spell was quickly cast by Han Shua. With the amplification effect of the white bone staff, the dark mist spell that Han Shua had cast had its range increased by 3 times. The area within 10 meters was completely enveloped in darkness. Damn it, I can't see anything." The Griffin Knight shouted angrily, his voice a bit panicked. He'd been chasing after Han Shua all this time and saw that Han Shua had been running on foot from beginning to end. That kind of speed was obviously that of a strong swordsman. Han Shua had been wielding the sword-shaped Demon's Lair edge ever since he'd arrived in the forest. His movements and postures were completely that of a swordsman's. However, when it came time for the real fight, a white bone staff suddenly appeared in Han Shua's hand, and he'd cast the dark mist spell in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. This immediately gave the Griffin Knight a fright, and he'd instantly fallen into the trap that Han Shua had long since planned. When the Griffin Knight cried out in alarm, the other Griffin Knight, standing proudly in the distance, already knew that something wasn't right. He swiftly moved to help his comrade. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the thick darkness, a bewitching red flame was so dazzling. It didn't seem to be affected by the dark mist spell in the slightest, as it thrillingly displayed its wondrous trajectory in the darkness, outlining a long, blood-red line. The griffin's strange cries of pain and the Griffin Knight's shrill screams seemed to appear along with the bewitching red flame. As the blood-red line streaked through the darkness, terrifying cries of pain rang out incessantly. Only when the bewitching red flame was extinguished did the cries of pain and despair finally return to silence, the other Griffin Knight, who'd already arrived in the area, felt his scalp tingle as he listened to the tragic cries. He couldn't see what was happening with his eyes, and could only ask anxiously, "Kemp, what's going on? What happened?" He kept yelling, but the Griffin Knight didn't dare approach the dark mist and could only drive the Griffin Knight to observe from afar. The dark mist spell came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. The dark mist that had suddenly gathered quickly disappeared under a gust of chilly wind. Han Shuo stood motionless in the same position with a cruel, callous, and sinister smile on his face. On his back, Lisa buried her head deep into Han Shuo's neck, her eyes tightly shut. She couldn't bear to look at Han Shuo. Around Han Shuo, there were bloody severed limbs and flesh scattered all over the ground. Some belonged to the Griffin Knight, while others belonged to the Griffin Knight. The thick stench of blood was extremely pungent. Han Shuo raised his foot and stepped on a head with brain juice slowly flowing out. Han Shuo looked as if he'd been baptized in blood. His face and body were covered in blood, making his already sinister expression look even more terrifying. A retching sound suddenly came from the observing Griffin Knight. After that retching sound, he immediately spurred the griffin to fly far away in fear. "Do you think you're the only one who can fly?" Han Shuo cackled cruelly as he activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens. His body broke through the air and shot towards the Griffin Knight with Lisa in tow. Before the Griffin Knight could fly too far, Han Shuo's body had already appeared behind him. Two bone spears shot out and stabbed into the griffin's rear rump, causing the Griffin Knight to let out a shrill screech. It actually turned around and charged towards Han Shuo with the Griffin Knight. The Griffin Knight had gone through the initial panic and was now being carried by the Griffin Knight towards Han Shuo. He quickly understood that Han Shuo, who could fly, wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Therefore, he raised the javelin in his hand and shot it towards Han Shuo. Every Griffin Knight was a former adept knight. Therefore, when the Griffin Knight raised his javelin, a deep green fighting aura blossomed out and was like a bolt of silver lightning in the air. He borrowed the momentum of the Griffin Knight's charge to directly stab towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo had just used the Demon's Lair edge's sharpness to cut a Griffin Knight and his griffin into pieces. An irrepressible thirst for blood and slaughter welled up in his heart. It was as if a voice in his heart was urging Han Shuo to continue this bloody slaughter. When he saw the Griffin Knight charging over, that irrepressible thirst for blood and slaughter was the perfect opportunity to vent. Howling fiercely at the sky, Han Shuo cackled as he leapt forward. The Demon's Lair edge, which wasn't particularly long to begin with, actually spat out a 2-meter-long purple and red light due to the circulation of the mystical glacial spell fire. The purple light was in front and the red light was connected to the Demon's Lair edge from behind, appearing quite mystical. When the art of the demonic ninth heavens was deployed, Han Shuo's speed wasn't much slower than the Griffin Knight's, even with Lisa on his back. Circulating his magical yuan at full force, the thick killing aura emanating from Han Shuo's body formed a cloud of black mist around his body. From afar, the image of Han Shuo holding the Demon's Lair edge looked like a meteor crashing to the earth. A dazzling ball of light exploded from the point of contact between the two as the deafening sound of metal clashing rang out in the surroundings. The Demon's Lair edge, which was imbued with the mystical glacial spell fire, shot out a meter-long cold purple light. When it met with the fighting aura on the spear, the Griffin Knight's tightly gripped spear was crushed to pieces by the violent magical yuan. The bone-chilling cold spread through the Griffin Knight's entire body in an instant. He only shivered and hadn't had the time to defend against the cold poison that had entered his body when another meter of red spellfire condensed. Under the burning of the bone-chilling cold and the fire poison, the veins in the Griffin Knight's right arm that had just gripped the silver spear suddenly ruptured. His muscles tightened and loosened, dripping blood as if acid had been poured on them. "You shouldn't have chased me." Han Shuo grinned viciously as he faced the terrified Griffin Knight. After saying these words, the demon's lair edge suddenly spun according to his will and chopped off the Griffin Knight's iron claws. He then raised the demon's lair edge and chopped downwards, chopping the Griffin Knight and the Griffin into two halves with the force of a mountain. Fresh blood sprayed out like rain, sprinkling into the forest. The two Griffin Knights had been brutally killed by Han Shuo, but Han Shuo still felt that he hadn't had enough. At this moment, Han Shuo was startled and abruptly reacted. He finally understood why he had such a strong desire to kill. After his magical yuan had reached the true demon realm, Han Shuo had truly become a demon. This was the first time that Han Shuo possessed such tyrannical strength in this realm, and it was very difficult for him to suppress the desires in the depths of his heart. This was especially true for the next realm after the true demon realm, which was the most dangerous bloodlust realm. Before entering the bloodlust realm, demonic practitioners would begin to have the desire to kill in every battle. It was a good thing that he hadn't entered the bloodlust realm yet, so Han Shuo could still control his thoughts and desires. Once Han Shuo reached the bloodlust realm, it would be even more difficult for him to control his desire to kill. Once a battle began, he wouldn't rest until there was blood and would become an extremely bloodthirsty demon. Exhaling lightly, Han Shuo thought to himself that the training of magical yuan was truly very dangerous and perverse. However, the carefree slaughter today had made Han Shuo feel quite satisfied. His entire being felt as if he'd been reborn. Over there, chase them. The whinnying of a large group of horses sounded from afar. Han Shuo stopped high in the air and looked into the distance. He discovered that a squad of Griffin Legion cavalry was quickly charging in his direction. This squad was made up of well-trained knights, so Han Shuo wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to shake them off. Snorting coldly, Han Shuo's body flew through the air and dived downwards. He only abruptly sped off when he was level with the trees. You can actually fly. It was only at this moment that Lisa suddenly moved her lips to Han Shuo's ear and exclaimed in indescribable shock. Chapter 161. Han Shuo put Lisa down in the middle of a rocky slope in the desolate outskirts of Valen City. With the art of the demonic ninth heavens, the 10-meter tall city walls couldn't stop Han Shuo from crossing them at all. The current Valen City was in a state of chaos. The Griffin Legion seemed to have taken stimulants as they went about capturing suspects. As a direct participant, Han Shuo was being chased by a troop of cavalry. It was only natural that he would temporarily leave the city to hide for Lisa's sake. Suddenly, Lisa, who had been put down by Han Shuo, fiercely hugged Han Shuo from behind. Her abnormally well-developed breasts pressed tightly against Han Shuo's back. Han Shuo could clearly feel the soft, smooth, and firm sensation. Han Shuo had been carrying Lisa on his back the entire time. But because of the dangerous situation, Han Shuo had been fighting and dodging all the time and hadn't paid attention to anything else. Now that the two of them were out of danger, Lisa suddenly hugged Han Shuo from behind. This immediately gave Han Shuo a strange feeling. Do you like it? Lisa pressed her chest against Han Shuo's from behind. She moved her cherry lips to Han Shuo's ear and blew out a breath of hot air, speaking shyly in a low voice. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo flipped over to face Lisa. He used a bit of force to release Lisa from his body and smiled. All right, we're safe for now. It'll be harder for the Griffin Legion to capture us now that we've left Valen City. Don't worry. Pouting, Lisa once again moved closer to Han Shuo and suddenly hugged Han Shuo. Her two arms locked tightly around Han Shuo's waist, and she said softly, I'm nothing now. All my family is gone. What should I do in the future? Patting Lisa's shoulder, Han Shuo reassured her, Don't worry, Lawrence will definitely take care of you. He immediately rushed over from the Empire's capital after learning of your accident. He really loves you very much. When I was young, I played with Cousin Lawrence, and he loved me very much at that time. For so many years, He has treated me like a real brother. I am very grateful to him," Lisa said innocently when she heard Han Shuo mention Lawrence. She then cried out in alarm and said with great worry, "Oh no, Brother Lawrence didn't leave with us. Will he be in danger?" "Don't worry. Your brother Lawrence isn't a simple person. If he can't even get through this little danger, then he would have lived all these years in vain." As the third prince, Lawrence had always been taught by his ambitious mother. In addition, he was highly regarded by His Majesty the Empire and had a few experts by his side to assist him. It shouldn't be a problem for him to leave safely. "Oh, right. You still haven't answered me. Why can you fly?" Han Shuo's words of comfort were quite useful to Lisa. She suddenly thought of this matter after letting out a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes stared closely at Han Shuo. This is a bit hard to explain. I can only tell you that I'm not using the levitation technique that only archmages can use. As for how I'm able to fly, I can only say that it's a peculiar martial technique. Whether it was to Emily or Lisa, this art of the demonic ninth heavens wasn't easy to explain, nor could it be explained clearly. Therefore, Han Shuo could only muddle through. A group of more than 10 people suddenly appeared in the distance and slowly walked in the direction of Valen City. Han Shuo took a look from afar and didn't think much of it when he discovered that these people weren't wearing the clothes of the Griffin Legion. He continued to stand there and talk to Lisa. The rocky slope that Han Shuo and Lisa were on happened to be where they'd passed by. When the group neared Han Shuo, a soft exclamation suddenly sounded from within. Brian, what are you doing here?" Han Shuo started and then looked at the group of people. He suddenly discovered that there was a familiar face, Candace, amongst them. The well-built Candace carried a broadsword on her back and wore a thin, tight swordsman's uniform. She looked as if she didn't fear the onslaught of winter. When she saw that Han Shuo was here, she turned around and gestured to the mercenaries behind her, walking valiantly towards Han Shuo. When she arrived in front of Han Shuo, she swept a glance at Han Shuo and said with a slight frown, "You wouldn't have taken this little girl to such a rocky slope in such cold weather, would you?" "None of your business." Lisa flicked a glance at Candace, seeming to dislike the tone of her voice as she yelled unkindly. Struggling for a bit, Han Shuo extricated himself from Lisa's embrace. He first looked at the battle fire mercenary band behind Candace and discovered that there were a total of 6 of them. 5 of them had spread out and were surrounding a beautiful girl with a veil over her face, seeming to be protecting her safety. Glancing behind Candace, Han Shuo understood that Candace had perhaps accepted a mission and was protecting the veiled girl. He then turned his gaze to Candace and said with a light smile, "Long time no see, Candace. You must have accepted another mission and are currently in the middle of it?" Nodding her head, Candace calmly admitted it. She laughed heartily and replied, "That's right, my life is one of hard work. How could I be as carefree as you? You still have the leisure to come here and have a secret rendezvous on such a cold day. Don't make wild guesses. We just happened to land here because of a few things." Han Shuo smiled wryly at Candace and opened his mouth to explain. "It's just a tryst. What does that have to do with you?" Lisa's little mouth pouted and seemed to have recovered her shrewdness from back in the academy. She glared at Candace like a belligerent little hen, provoking her. All right. What's there to argue about?" Han Shuo was a bit baffled and patted Lisa with a smile, indicating for her to speak less. "This little girl is a bit interesting. Oh, right, Brian. How are things between you and Phoebe?" Candace looked at Lisa with amusement and then stared at Han Shuo. "Same old. I'm doing business with her. She's taken over the Merchant Guild and has been incredibly busy lately." Han Shuo responded carelessly and suddenly asked Candace, "Are you going to Valen City this time?" Nodding, Candace said, "That's right, we've accepted a mission this time to protect Miss Belinda on her way to Valen City. We'll send her back safely after she's finished with her business in Valen City." Because Candace and Han Shuo had experienced life and death together last time, Candace had already acknowledged Han Shuo in the depths of her heart. Therefore, She didn't have any reservations and calmly stated the objective of this time's mission. A thought occurred to Han Shuo, and he thought for a moment before reminding Candace. Valence City hasn't been very peaceful recently. Of the 2 sons of Griffin Legion Commander Bob Asher, one has been missing for a few months and the other, Clark, was killed just 2 days ago. The chief is extremely angry, and everyone in Valence City is on high alert. If there's nothing particularly important, I suggest that your employer doesn't choose this time to enter the city. Thank you. I'll mention your suggestion to my employer, but it's not up to me to decide if she's willing to listen. Candace was quite surprised when she heard of this matter. It was obvious from her furrowed brow that this matter was very important to her, but she was a mercenary. Once she'd accepted her employer's request, she had to follow through with the original agreement. She had no right to change anything even if something went wrong along the way, or she'd have to bear additional compensation. Therefore, she could only say this. Nodding, Han Shuo was about to say something when his brow suddenly furrowed, and he abruptly turned to look in the direction that Candace and the others had come from. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Did you encounter any danger along the way?" Candace started and then suddenly thought of Han Shuo's miraculous abilities. Her charming face froze, and she quickly responded, "We did encounter some danger along the way, but it was quite easy for us to deal with." "Why do you say this? Did you discover something?" "There was another group of people behind you when you appeared. Apart from me, they had nothing to do with you at first, and should be another group heading into Valence City. However, when a gust of wind blew over just now, I seemed to hear the words Belinda through the wind. If I'm not wrong, this group of people who've been keeping a distance from you must have something to do with your employer, Belinda." Han Shuo responded with a frown. If it had been anyone else who'd said Han Shuo's words, Candace wouldn't have believed them at all, because even she hadn't been able to see any movement from such a distance. Not only had Han Shuo sensed that a group of people was following them, but he'd also heard their voices through the wind. This was an unimaginable matter. Only a wind grand magus would be able to borrow the wind's power and hear the voices of people far away. Han Shuo was obviously far from this level. However, Candace, who'd gone through trials and tribulations with Han Shuo, understood that Han Shuo possessed miraculous abilities. Having long since witnessed Han Shuo's abilities, Candace believed Han Shuo's words without any doubt. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she furrowed her brow in thought and said to Han Shuo, "Which direction are they in? How many people are there? And roughly how strong are they?" Chapter 162. There are 3 people 500 meters behind you. Because of the distance and their ordinary attire, I can't tell how strong they are. Han Shuo took note of the situation and observed for a while with narrowed eyes before answering Candace's question in a low voice. "Thank you, Brian. I'll remember your help." Candace exclaimed softly and didn't say anything more to Han Shuo. She turned around and returned to the Battlefire mercenary band, discussing a few things with the other mercenaries. "Who is she to you? Why are you willing to help her?" Lisa tugged on Han Shuo's sleeve after Candace left and asked Han Shuo, "An old friend. Let's go. We'll leave this place from the other side. We still have to return to Valence City in a bit." Han Shuo looked at Candace and saw that she was still in discussion with her employer and a few people from the Battlefire mercenary band. He knew that his words had already made Candace understand. Candace was a mercenary and had her own missions and lifestyle. Han Shuo had come across her and seen that there were hidden dangers in her mission, so he gave her a careless reminder out of goodwill. He could be considered to have done his part as a friend, but he wouldn't interfere in her matters. Lisa didn't say anything when she heard that Han Shuo wanted to leave. She lowered her head a bit bashfully and walked to Han Shuo's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. She leapt onto Han Shuo's back and smiled merrily in Han Shuo's ear. "I still want you to carry me." Han Shuo was speechless and laughed helplessly. He said to Lisa on his back, "I had no choice but to carry you on my back because the situation was urgent just now. Now that we're out of danger, You don't need me to carry you anymore. It's fine if we walk slowly back to the city. Hee, I don't care what you say, I'm not getting off. Lisa's small hands wrapped around Han Shuo's neck and her two meaty thighs crossed over Han Shuo's waist, appearing very pleased. Lisa was at the age of youth and vitality. Because of Han Shuo's encouragement and guidance, Lisa's originally flat chest had become ridiculously full. Han Shuo even felt that her chest wasn't much smaller than Emily's from the shape of her back. The soft beauty of her chest pressed so tightly against his body made Han Shuo feel a bit restless. In the distance, Candace conversed with her employer and companions for a bit. She seemed to have made up her mind to continue on to Valen City and didn't pay any attention to the three people tailing them. After making up their minds, they continued towards Valen City. Candace looked over from afar and happened to see Han Shuo carrying Lisa on his back. She couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Lisa, who was on Han Shuo's back, raised her head proudly when she saw Candace's astonished gaze, as if showing off something to Candace. Candace couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Hold on tight, we're going as well. Seeing that Lisa was determined to carry him, Han Shuo didn't force her to come down. Lisa had just lost her parents and was at her most dejected and pained time. Han Shuo didn't want to upset her at this time, so he instructed in a low voice and walked off from another path, avoiding Candace's group and heading towards Valen City in a different direction. It was already evening. Han Shuo determined the direction and circled around the city walls. When night fell, he used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to bring Lisa over the city walls and into Valen City. Arriving at the hotel Emily had stayed in last time, Han Shuo walked straight to the room Emily was staying in. Before Han Shuo had even entered, he heard Chester call out in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me," Han Shuo replied and pushed open the door to walk in. He then looked at Chester in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" Chester looked at Lisa on Han Shuo's back and hesitated before replying. Madame Emily said that this might be the place where you and Lawrence would meet up, so she told me to stay here and perhaps wait for news from either you or Lawrence. Then, have you received any news from Lawrence? Emily had arranged for people from the Dark Mantle to watch over this place. On one hand, because of Lisa, Han Shuo couldn't go directly to the Dark Mantle. On the other hand, Han Shuo had told Lawrence that he was staying at this place. If Lawrence escaped, he would contact him here. Therefore, Han Shuo had decided to stay here temporarily. Nodding, Chester replied, "Lawrence didn't come, but he sent someone here. That person told me that if you and Lisa came back, you should send Lisa to this location." Chester handed a card to Han Shuo as he spoke. The location recorded on the card wasn't far from here. What did the person Chester sent look like? Han Shuo had to ask cautiously just in case. After Chester described the person's appearance, Han Shuo immediately knew that it was the old assassin Lucky. Therefore, he knew that there shouldn't be any problems with this matter. Putting Lisa down, Han Shuo looked at Lisa and said seriously, "Lisa, what we're doing is very dangerous. Follow Chester to where your cousin Lawrence is. Lawrence will send you back to the Empire in a short period of time. Be good, understand? We'll stay here and help you take revenge." After experiencing the tragic changes in her life, Lisa was much more mature than Han Shuo had imagined. After Han Shuo finished speaking, although Lisa's expression was a bit reluctant, she still nodded obediently and agreed to Han Shuo's arrangements. Hire a carriage and personally take Miss Lisa to the location on Lawrence's card. Hand her safely into Lawrence's hands. Han Shuo smiled as he looked at Chester. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems with me doing this." Chester promised Han Shuo very confidently and then bowed to Lisa, making an inviting gesture. Lisa looked deeply at Han Shuo and said a bit worriedly to Han Shuo after a while, "Be careful. Don't let anything happen to you." "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Hurry and leave with him while it's still dark." Han Shuo nodded and urged Lisa with a smile. After Han Shuo's words, Lisa turned and followed Chester, the two quickly making their way outside. The Dark Mantle's influence in such a large city naturally wasn't small. If Han Shuo was willing to send Lisa back to the Empire, it wouldn't be too much of a hassle. However, Han Shuo had just joined the Dark Mantle, and it wasn't too good for him to use the Dark Mantle's resources for personal matters. In addition, Lawrence was the third prince. If he was in charge of this matter, he would make proper arrangements for Lisa's arrival in the Empire. After Lisa left, Han Shuo turned and walked into the inner room, saying with a smile, "Come out." Emily, neatly dressed in a soft fur coat, walked out from the inner room with a smile. She rolled her eyes at Han Shuo when she arrived next to him and reached out to pinch Han Shuo. She said with a bit of jealousy, "You went to Lawrence's place and abducted his sister back. You even made him come to me to ask for her. You're really something." Grasping Emily's pinching hand and pulling, Han Shuo pulled Emily into his embrace, his hands roaming all over Emily's voluptuous body. He smiled and explained, "I'm not as bad as you imagine me to be. It's only because Lawrence's location was exposed that I had no choice but to take her and escape." After explaining the course of events, Emily was relieved. She then said to Han Shuo with a frown, "According to Lawrence, he may have come to deal with Bobby Asher with the king's tacit approval. This may be one of the king's methods to test Lawrence. Lawrence's future path will be determined through his performance this time." Han Shuo was slightly startled when he heard Emily's words. Han Shuo hadn't thought so much and only reacted after hearing Emily's words. After musing for a moment, Han Shuo opened his mouth. "If this is the case, then there is still a possibility of us cooperating with Lawrence." Indeed, Dark Mantle members aren't bound by any restrictions when carrying out missions. If the timing is right, I don't mind cooperating with Lawrence. However, we need to be sure of exactly how to act. Emily's slender eyebrows were tightly knit as she spoke thoughtfully. Emily's concerns stemmed from Lawrence's identity as prince. She was afraid that others would misunderstand their relationship with Lawrence before the situation was clear. If Lawrence couldn't become king in the end and another prince took over, then Emily, Han Shuo, and the others who were too close to Lawrence would very likely face unexpected misfortune. Therefore, Emily was very cautious. "I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I know my limits in my dealings with Lawrence," Han Shuo said in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly asked Emily, "Right, you left in a hurry to report to your brother about the Calamity Church. You also warned me repeatedly not to mention this church to anyone else. Why was that?" Emily's charming face became incomparably solemn when she heard these words. She took a deep breath before replying to Han Shuo, "The Calamity Church is an evil church. They worship all sorts of evil gods and have gathered many evil experts with terrifying strength. I've only heard a bit about this church and don't know the specifics. However, I understand from my brother that this Calamity Church can be said to be the largest evil cult on the entire continent. They do some shady deeds behind the scenes that infuriate both men and gods. Every time they move, they are a huge threat to every country. A few empires allied together to eradicate the Calamity Church a few decades ago and completely wiped out all of the Calamity Church's exposed strongholds. There was no news of the Calamity Church for a very long time. However, the empires all knew that the Calamity Church's main force hadn't been wiped out and that they were only in hiding. This time, you've obtained the necromancer's memories and know that he's from the Calamity Church. This matter is of great importance to the higher-ups." Stunned, Han Shuo looked at Emily in astonishment and asked, "Could it be that you've also reported to the higher-ups that I obtained the necromancer's memories?" "Of course not." Emily rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, as if blaming Han Shuo for not believing her. After Han Shuo smiled apologetically, she said again, "I only said that we worked together to kill the necromancer and obtain some information regarding this from his space ring. So that's how it is. It looks like this necromancer is a big fish." Han Shuo thought for a bit and responded with a smile. As he spoke, Han Shuo took out the white bone staff and played with it in his hand as he spoke. A strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the white-boned staff, like the low cry of an unknown insect. This caused Han Shuo to be horrified and appear to be quite astonished. Is no one doing business in this inn? At this moment, Han Shuo heard a familiar voice come from outside the inn. It was Candace's loud yelling. The white-boned staff continued to make strange sounds and tremble, as if it wanted to break free from Han Shuo's grasp and fly away. This caused both Han Shuo and Emily to be quite shocked. Miss Belinda, where are you going? You can't leave alone. Candace's yelling suddenly turned into anxious shouts, as if her employer, Belinda, had suddenly walked out of the Battle Fire Mercenary Band's protective circle. Brian, what's going on? Why has the white-boned staff suddenly stopped moving? Emily looked at the trembling white-boned staff in Han Shuo's hand and asked anxiously, grasping the trembling white-boned staff with all his strength. Han Shuo was also a bit baffled. He shook his head and quickly replied, I don't know what's going on either. This has never happened when I used this staff in the past. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of disorderly footsteps quickly approached, followed by Candace's cry of alarm. Han Shuo's heart jumped as if he'd faintly grasped something. He immediately put the white-boned staff back into his space ring and gestured to Emily, quietly walking towards the window. Chapter 163. He pushed the window up a bit and opened a narrow crack. Through this crack, Han Shuo could see the scene outside. Candace's employer, Belinda, was wearing a veil, revealing only a pair of sapphire eyes. There was a strange expression in them as she seemed to be searching for something. She walked to the hallway of Han Shuo and Emily's room and looked around. Candace and a few others from the Battle Fire Mercenary Band ran over frantically from behind Belinda. Candace had a face full of wariness as she pressed a hand to the magic sword on her back and looked around carefully, afraid that something might happen to Belinda. Candace finally breathed a sigh of relief after the other mercenaries surrounded Belinda. She chided Belinda, who was still looking around. Miss Belinda, I hope that you'll let us know in advance when you're moving around in the future. We were only hired by you to protect you and not restrict your freedom. There's no need for you to run away so suddenly. Belinda's long and slender eyebrows were furrowed tightly behind her veil as she looked around with her beautiful eyes, appearing quite puzzled. Belinda seemed to suddenly come to her senses after Candace's displeased words and said apologetically to Candace, I'm sorry, I just thought I saw someone I knew and hurried over to take a look. It was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Candace was also quite puzzled by her words and said to Belinda in surprise, There was no one here just now. How did you see someone? This is too strange. Oh, perhaps it's because I haven't had enough sleep lately and my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm very sorry. Belinda's bright eyes swept over Han Shuo and Emily's room as she responded carelessly to Candace. Panicked footsteps could be heard from behind. A plump, middle-aged woman walked over with a smile, holding a book in her hand. He first bowed politely, then said apologetically, Esteemed guests, you must be here to stay. I had to leave for a while just now. I'm very sorry. Please follow me to the counter to register. There's no one watching over this hotel. That's worrying. In addition, the environment here doesn't seem to be too good. Would Miss Belinda like to switch to another hotel? Candace didn't seem to like this place and suggested to her employer, Belinda, with a sour face. The veiled Belinda looked around with her bright eyes and said, No need, I'll stay here. I think it's not bad here. All right then. Candace had no choice but to listen to her employer and responded with a bit of disappointment. Excuse me, who are the people staying in the rooms on the side of this corridor? Belinda turned around and seemed to be asking the fat hotel owner casually. I'm sorry, it's not convenient for us to disclose that. That's our customers' privacy. I'm sorry. The owner of this hotel was quite principled. Judging from her expression, she very much wanted Candace and the others to stay, but she didn't budge when it came to her principles. Nodding, Belinda didn't pursue the matter and said gently, That's fine as well. Are there any empty rooms around this corridor? I'll stay here if there are. The woman's eyes lit up and she quickly flipped through the book in her hand, then pointed at a room not far from Han Shuo and Emily. There's an empty room here, but the conditions aren't the best in the hotel. If the esteemed miss doesn't mind, you can stay in this room immediately. No problem, I'll take this room. Candace, do as you see fit. Belinda said gently, and her bright eyes flicked faintly at Han Shuo and Emily's rooms, then took the lead to walk to the room she'd reserved. The owner of this hotel had long since known that Belinda was the owner of this group. When she saw Belinda walk in that direction, she quickly fished out a bunch of keys and opened the door for her when she reached it, letting her in. You guys go in and protect the miss first. I'll take care of the paperwork and arrange other rooms around Miss Belinda's. Candace gave some instructions to the other members of the Battlefire Mercenary Band when she saw Belinda enter, and then followed the happy fat woman back to the front desk to take care of the check-in procedures. When the other members of the Battlefire Mercenary Band had followed Belinda into the room, Han Shuo closed the crack in the window and said lowly to Emily beside him, "The strange movements of the white-boned staff must have something to do with this Belinda. Her identity is very suspicious." Emily had also seen a bit of what had happened just now and immediately nodded in agreement when she heard Han Shuo's words. She said very gravely, "It looks like this Belinda is related to the necromancer you killed. Since you've obtained all of his memories, don't you have any impression of this Belinda?" Han Shuo furrowed his brow and shook his head with certainty. "No, this Belinda has never appeared in Clarendon's memories. I really don't understand why she can sense the white-boned staff. How did Clarendon obtain this white-boned staff?" Emily started and changed her question to Han Shuo after thinking for a bit. Clarendon was rewarded by the upper echelons of the Calamity Church after he completed a certain number of missions. He only knew how to use the white-boned staff, but didn't know its origins. Han Shuo closed his eyes and thought for a bit before speaking to Emily. "It looks like this Belinda should be from the Calamity Church. Perhaps it's because of Clarendon's disappearance that she's appeared here. We need to be careful." Emily thought for a bit and said gravely, "Belinda was Candace's employer. If she was from the Calamity Church, then why would she ask Candace to protect her when she came to Valen City?" This was something that Han Shuo couldn't quite understand. However, since Belinda could sense the white-boned staff, this meant that her origins weren't simple. When he connected this to what Emily had said about the evils of the Calamity Church, Han Shuo began to ponder inwardly. This Belinda must be suspicious of the rooms in this hallway. I think we should temporarily leave this place and switch rooms to observe this Belinda. Han Shuo looked at Emily and suggested after thinking for a bit. Nodding, Emily said confidently, "No problem. The owner of this hotel is one of us. We can switch rooms if we want." No wonder Emily would choose to stay in this hotel when she arrived in Valen City. So it was because the owner of this hotel was also a member of the Dark Mantle. It looked like the Dark Mantle's intelligence network was quite extensive indeed. Taking advantage of Candace's absence, Belinda and the other members of the Battlefire Mercenary Band entered the room. Han Shuo and Emily left the room and snuck out from the other side, arriving in a large hall on the second floor. Han Shuo and Emily leaned against the window and could see the front yard. Emily activated some mechanism, and the owner of the hotel, the middle-aged woman, appeared merrily in the hall after a while. She still wore a professional smile and bowed slightly to Emily, asking with a smile, "What are your orders, Madam Emily?" "Sister Elaine, arrange a new room for us. It's best if it's a bit away from Belinda, but still within view of her room." Emily also smiled amiably as she spoke. The middle-aged woman named Elaine was a bit surprised when she heard Emily's words. She thought for a bit and said, "3 people just came in and also requested a room where they can see Miss Belinda." His thoughts raced. Han Shuo thought of the 3 people who'd been tailing Candace. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are they staying now? Have you arranged a room for them?" "Don't worry. I've purposely left a room where they can observe Belinda. I saw that Belinda's gaze when she looked at your room just now and knew that there was something wrong with her. Elaine flicked a glance at Han Shoa and revealed a look that said, "Don't worry about me taking care of things. Sister Elaine has made many contributions to our organization over the years. Although she doesn't know martial arts or magic, she's very observant. That's why I'm staying here in Valen City." Emily also rolled her eyes at Han Shoa and explained with a smile, "All right, Madam Emily, don't praise me so much. I'll arrange a new room for you. Also, I'll keep an eye on the people who just arrived today. If there's anything, I'll report to you immediately." Elaine turned around and walked out of the room. "All right, let's make our preparations as well. We need to keep a close eye on that woman. Perhaps uncovering her identity will bring us great benefits," Emily said. Chapter 164. They moved to another room. This room was separated by the fake mountain in the courtyard, and they could see the window of Belinda's room on the other side. Candace seemed to be discussing something with Belinda after she'd returned, and hadn't come out since. The other mercenaries of the Battle Fire Mercenary Band had been arranged by Candace into the two rooms next to Belinda's. The three people who'd been following Candace entered the hotel and stayed next to Han Shua's group. Using a magical mirror, Han Shua and Emily could see the movements of the three people in front of them. The three people in the group were three men with ordinary looks, and their appearances were actually quite similar. It looked like they might be brothers. When they moved into the next room, one of them leaned against the window and observed Belinda, while the other two seemed to be too tired and directly fell asleep on the bed. It was still daytime, and neither group made any movements, maintaining a steady silence. Han Shua observed for a bit and saw that there were no abnormalities on either side. He returned to Emily's side and thought for a bit. "You stay here and keep watch for me. I'm going back to the Cemetery of Death to see what's going on inside before coming back." "Oh, why are you suddenly thinking of going back to the Cemetery of Death?" Emily was a bit surprised by Han Shua's decision and looked at Han Shua in confusion. Smiling mysteriously, Han Shua said, "I've recently taken in a lackey. I'm going to see if his injuries have healed." As they spoke, Han Shua walked into the inner room and lifted the wooden boards of the cupboard, setting up a transportation matrix inside. Emily had long since grown accustomed to Han Shua's mysteriousness. She didn't ask further when she saw that Han Shua was about to leave and said, "All right then, I'll stay here and observe them. I'll go pull you back if anything happens. It's best if you don't stray too far from the Cemetery of Death." Don't worry, I'll be in the Cemetery of Death. You can come find me at any time if there's anything out of the ordinary." Han Shua answered, then stood in the teleportation array, closed the wooden door of the cupboard, and activated the teleportation array. "Gilbert, where the hell did you go?" Han Shua immediately yelled as soon as he returned to the Cemetery of Death. With a whoosh, the little lewd dragon, Gilbert, appeared in front of Han Shua and kowtowed as soon as he arrived. He said pitifully, "Honorable Master, you've finally remembered your loyal servant. There's nothing fun to do in this damned place, and I can't go out either. I'm about to suffocate to death. I told you to look after that place for me. You didn't slack off, did you?" Before leaving, Han Shua had instructed Gilbert to pay attention to the area where the Earth Elite zombie was being refined, in order to prevent any trouble from occurring. "Of course, I'm not slacking off, but there's really nothing to see in that place. Nothing has changed since you left. Oh, Honorable Master, when are you going to take me out to look for beautiful women?" Gilbert complained as he looked at Han Shua. Compared to his charred appearance last time, the current Gilbert was dressed in a shiny black robe and his hair was meticulously combed. Apart from his skin being as dark as charcoal, the young Gilbert could be considered quite handsome. "How are your injuries?" Whether or not to take Gilbert out still depended on his physical condition, although this little lewd dragon was a mess. His strength as a dark dragon was extraordinary, and he would be a good helper. Gilbert puffed out his chest when he heard this question and boasted, "There's no problem. As one of the dark dragons with the strongest physical bodies on the continent, this kind of injury isn't a problem for me. Cut the crap. How are your injuries? Han Shuo glared and shouted softly. As his master, Han Shuo was bound by a contract with him and could more or less sense the state of his body. Although his body was much better than before, Han Shuo could feel that he hadn't fully recovered yet. Therefore, he couldn't help but shout when he heard Gilbert's boastfulness. Shrinking his head, Gilbert smiled apologetically. I haven't fully recovered yet, but it's no big deal. I definitely won't drag you down. Nodding, Han Shuo said, All right, I'll consider taking you out, probably in the next 2 days. Rest assured and heal your injuries. If you drag me down when I need your help in the future, I won't let you off the hook. Han Shuo got up and walked towards the area where the Earth Elite zombie had been refined. In the center of the area where the Earth Elite zombie had been hidden, a large part of the area had sunk in. The thick essence of Earth continued to slowly flow in. After observing his surroundings, Han Shuo concentrated his mental strength and connected with the zombie inside. When Han Shuo did this, he immediately felt a surging vitality. This vitality was brimming with rich Earth energy, and Han Shuo immediately understood that the Earth Elite zombie's refinement was on the right track. This was because when ordinary zombies were summoned, they would only feel a deathly stillness when they connected with their mental strength. Only extremely powerful dark creatures, such as those evil knights, would be able to sense some vitality. Right now, this zombie warrior's body was filled with dense vitality and rich earth yuan qi. This meant that after absorbing the earth essence of this place of extreme earth, it was truly growing. All right, you stay here and recuperate. I'll let you out in a few days. Seeing that the cemetery of death was safe and that Dark Dragon Gilbert and the Earth Elite zombie were slowly recovering, Han Shuo also set his mind at rest and got up to return to the cemetery of death. After receiving Han Shuo's promise, Gilbert appeared to be very excited. He couldn't help but praise Han Shuo's wisdom and martial prowess beside Han Shuo. His fawning smile made Han Shuo not know whether to laugh or cry. When he walked into the cemetery of death, Han Shuo was about to use the transportation matrix to leave when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't entered the underground secret room in a while. Now that Han Shuo's mental strength had increased again, Han Shuo planned to try and see if he could advance to the next level. Leaving Gilbert where he was, Han Shuo walked down the secret room by himself. The boundary on the first level was easily broken by Han Shuo's mental strength, allowing Han Shuo to walk in. When he arrived at the same place on the next level, Han Shuo gathered his mental strength and suddenly dashed forward, wanting to descend to the next level of the cemetery of death. With a bang, Han Shuo crashed into the boundary and was instantly bounced off, a piercing pain in his head. Han Shuo, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. He immediately understood that his mental strength wasn't enough to advance to the next level. With a thought, Han Shuo, still holding the Eye of Darkness in one hand, took out the white bone staff from his space ring. This cemetery of death had once been a holy land for necromancers, and the green Eye of Darkness was the key to opening the cemetery of death. The white bone staff had the effect of amplifying necromancy magic. Although its use was different from the Eye of Darkness, they were both necromancy magic items. Han Shuo held the two items in his hands and compared them, trying to see if there was anything in common. Looking at the two items in his hands, Han Shuo couldn't help but gather his mental strength. The Eye of Darkness suddenly flashed, and a green light suddenly shone brightly. A wave of power invaded the white bone staff, and a strand of black light suddenly shot out from the white bone staff, instantly entering the Eye of Darkness. Startled, Han Shuo ignored the Eye of Darkness and completely focused his mental strength, invading the white bone staff. Han Shuo hadn't felt anything out of the ordinary when his mental strength entered the white bone staff, but he suddenly discovered that there was a small, mysterious magical matrix within the staff. It's a magical brand boundary. No wonder Belinda could sense the white bone staff. Han Shua's mental strength circled the white bone staff and immediately understood. In Clarendon's memories, there was a magical brand boundary that could exist on weapons and clothes, usually in the form of a magical matrix. Within a certain distance, the owner of the magical brand would be able to sense the existence of the magical brand through their own methods. It turned out that there was such a magical brand boundary within the white bone staff. Not only had the presence of magical elements obstructed Han Shua's mental strength from the beginning, but it was also because of the residual magical elements that Belinda had sensed the existence of the white bone staff. Perhaps it was the effects of the Eye of Darkness that had absorbed the magical elements within the white bone staff. Without the support of the magical elements, the transportation matrix within the white bone staff could no longer be maintained. This was why Han Shua was able to spy on the situation within. Han Shua's mental strength entered the staff and spied a circle around the magical matrix. He discovered a line of small words. Alchemist Belinda of the Calamity Church, Opus 17. It's from the Calamity Church, all right. Han Shua exclaimed lowly and didn't continue to stay in the cemetery of death. He got up and returned to the hotel through the transportation matrix, planning on how to deal with Belinda. Chapter 165. From the transportation matrix to the cupboard. Han Shua already felt that something was amiss before he even opened the cupboard's door. First, a faint fragrance entered Han Shua's nose and mouth. A strong wave of dizziness suddenly assaulted him, and Han Shua almost fainted in that instant. It was a good thing that Han Shua's body was far more resilient than the average person after having been tempered by demonic magic, and the magical yuan had even more miraculous effects. When Han Shua inhaled that faint fragrance into his abdomen, Han Shua's body automatically circulated the magical yuan as soon as he felt the dizziness. The scent that had entered his abdomen was expelled from his body in the blink of an eye under the effect of the magical yuan. The dizziness that had occurred in that instant also disappeared. At this moment, Han Shua held his breath and circulated the magical yuan in his body, then inhaled another breath of that fragrance. As soon as the scent entered his mouth, Han Shua's tenacious nerves had long since prepared themselves for it. The feeling of dizziness appeared for a moment, but under the effects of the magical yuan and Han Shua's strong willpower, the feeling of drowsiness turned from intense to mild, until it seemed to have no effect at all. Having reached the true demon realm in demonic magic, Han Shua's body had been tempered beyond imagination. Even such a strong fragrance couldn't affect Han Shua's movements. Not good. I wonder how Emily is. After his perverted body had adapted to the effects of the fragrance, Han Shua suddenly thought of Emily in the room and hastily pushed open the cupboard in shock. Emily, who should have been in the room, had disappeared without a trace. He didn't know where she had gone. There were traces of rummaging in the room, and from the degree of disorder, it seemed that someone had been here. The transportation matrix that Han Shua had set up was inside the cupboard, and the top of the magical wand had been covered by Han Shua's clothes beforehand. Therefore, even if someone came to open the cupboard, they wouldn't be able to discover anything unless they looked carefully. As soon as he saw that the room had been turned over, and that Emily had disappeared, Han Shua immediately became nervous. Just as Han Shua was about to walk out of the room and look for Elaine, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the entire hotel. Opening a corner of the window, Han Shua found that it was already night time. However, looking into the distance, he could see that the houses in the distance were brightly lit, which meant that it was not yet late at night. But in this hotel, all the rooms were shrouded in darkness. Only Belinda's room seemed to have a faint light, and the faint sounds of conversation could be heard. While Han Shua was holding his breath and concentrating, he discovered that there was a flying insect the size of a fly in the hotel's courtyard. There were a few dozen of these flying insects, and they scattered and flew around the various rooms of the hotel. Their tails exuded a grayish-brown gas. That was the same scent that had almost made Han Shua fall asleep. Frowning, Han Shua was almost certain that the strange changes in the hotel had something to do with Belinda. Silently opening the door, Han Shuo took out the black robes that members of the Dark Mantle wore during their operations and wrapped them around his body. He scuttled up to the roof in the darkness and slowly made his way to Belinda's room. As he did this, Han Shuo used magical yuan to conceal all of his presence with great familiarity. His heartbeat and breathing also adjusted to a very hard-to-detect frequency. Madame Belinda, all of the guests in this hotel have been gathered in the living room of this room. As soon as he arrived in Belinda's room and pressed his ear to it, Han Shuo heard a low voice coming from below. Belinda responded softly from inside and seemed to be walking towards the living room. Han Shuo carefully and lightly moved his body. When he arrived at the main hall, he lightly extended a finger and circulated the mystical, glacial spell fire. A small flame rose from his finger and pierced through a wooden structure. He then peered down at the bottom of the hall. In a living room similar to Han Shuo's room, there were a dozen or so people who'd fainted from the drug. Among them were Emily, whom Han Shuo had been very worried about, Chester, who'd returned from sending Lisa to Lawrence, and the owner of the hotel, Elaine. Even Candace and the other members of the Battlefire mercenary band who'd been protecting Belinda were all unconscious. Apart from these people that Han Shuo was familiar with, there was also the great druid Caspian and the female elf Angelica. Han Shuo had met these two last time in the dark forest. He'd met the two separately then, but now that he saw them together, Han Shuo realized that the two were on the same side. The remaining guests didn't have any special characters and were likely here to do business in Valen City. They didn't attract Han Shuo's attention. The three people who'd been tailing Belinda were now standing there with respectful expressions, as if they were subordinates awaiting Belinda's orders. This surprised Han Shuo. He hadn't thought that these three people would be Belinda's people. Belinda's slender eyebrows were furrowed tightly when she arrived in the living room. She swept a glance at the people below and said softly, "I sensed activity from the number 17 bone staff when I arrived at the hotel. I'd personally refined that staff and awarded it to Clarendon as a reward. However, when I followed my senses to the hallway, the presence of the staff suddenly disappeared. It looks like someone must have suddenly stored it in a space ring. None of the guests have left the hotel since I've entered, so I can be sure that the staff is in one of their space rings. My lord, what should we do?" The eldest of the three brothers who were standing there respectfully asked Belinda. Belinda's sapphire eyes scanned the people on the ground and then pointed at Emily. The white bone staff should be on her. The only ones on the ground who had space rings were Emily, Candace, Caspian, and Angelica. Candace had been with them the entire time, so it was naturally impossible for her to have the staff. When Han Shuo hadn't entered the cemetery of death, the great druid and Angelica hadn't appeared in the hotel yet. In Belinda's eyes, Emily was the only one with the white bone staff. The one who had asked the question walked to Emily's side after Belinda's words and took off Emily's space ring, handing it to Belinda respectfully. Belinda took Emily's space ring and closed her eyes to feel it, saying, she set up a magical boundary inside. "Tie her up first, and then wake her up." "My lord, what about the others?" It was still the eldest of the three brothers who asked. Waving her hand, Belinda said casually, "Same old rules. Those who have no value are to be dealt with immediately." Han Shuo immediately grew nervous when he heard these words. Apart from Emily, there were three familiar faces in the hall below: Candace, Angelica, and Caspian. Caspian had no connection to Han Shuo, but Candace and the little elf Angelica had some connection to Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't just watch the two girls be killed like this. "Don't you think your methods are a bit overboard?" Caspian, who should have been unconscious, suddenly spoke before Han Shuo could make a move. Caspian rose from his lying position as he spoke and shielded the little elf Angelica behind him. Han Shuo had been about to immediately make a move, but he immediately stopped when he saw this sudden change. He continued to lie on the roof and observe the activity below. You're still able to remain conscious even under the effects of my powerful knockout powder. It looks like the great druids do have some miraculous powers. Belinda exclaimed softly in surprise and said calmly, I don't care who you are, but your methods greatly disgust me. As long as you let everyone here go, I won't hold it against you for the harm you've done to us earlier and will let you leave. Caspian looked at Belinda with some displeasure and snorted. Farika, you three brothers can take a look at just what miraculous powers a great druid of the druidic order has. Kill him for me. Belinda didn't waste any words when she heard Caspian's words and immediately waved her hand, indicating for the three brothers to kill Caspian. Farika and his brothers looked at each other under Belinda's orders, dark killing intent appearing on their faces. They each took out 3 long swords and surrounded Caspian. Since you won't listen to my advice, then don't blame me. Caspian glared angrily at the three and took out a strange staff that looked like an old tree root from his space ring, planning to deal with the three. At this moment, the flying bugs that were the size of flies all over the small and seemed to be driven by some sort of power as they all gathered towards Belinda's room. At the same time, the lush branches of a large tree beside the room were also drawn by some sort of power as the twisted branches slithered into the room like snakes. Chapter 166. Up on the roof. Han Shuo could clearly see the changes happening below through a long and narrow crack. The flying bugs the size of flies had gathered in this room from within the hotel, all of them congregating around Belinda. The soft branches of the surrounding trees spread madly in all directions after landing in the room. Great Druid Caspian of the Druidic order held a staff that looked like a tree root, exuding a strong life force. What are you waiting for? Belinda suddenly snorted lightly at this moment. Farika and his brothers, who had surrounded Caspian, attacked Caspian almost simultaneously as soon as Belinda's words sounded out. The tip of Farika's long sword suddenly shot out crackling lightning after the three of them made their moves. One of the other two's long swords whistled through the air with extreme speed, while the last one ignited with raging flames and swept towards Caspian. Han Shuo, who was on the roof, was immediately taken aback by the three's actions. Han Shuo immediately identified Farika and his brothers from the changes in their long swords. They were actually magic swordsmen who trained in both martial arts and magic. Farika should have also trained in thunder magic, while the other two trained in wind and fire magic, respectively. The 3 long swords looked like they'd been forged in a special way. They could directly imbue thunder, fire, and wind magic into their long swords when they attacked, increasing the power and speed of their techniques. This was quite a deterrent. It's 3 magic swordsmen. No wonder you're so arrogant. Caspian suddenly snorted coldly when they attacked, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he was still waving the magic staff in his hand. The snake-like branches that had been madly spreading through the room really did seem like long, flexible snakes. Dozens of branches lashed out at Farika and his brothers like long whips. At the same time, Caspian took a step back and picked up the unconscious Angelica. He suddenly leapt out of the window and landed on a nearby tree. The twining branches were shockingly nimble under Caspian's control. They seemed to know martial arts and could even dodge the slashes of the 3 magic swords. Caspian retreated to the top of the tree, a benevolent expression on his face as he raised his root-like magic staff and chanted a spell. The tree he was standing on suddenly came to life like a giant octopus. The lush branches suddenly became like countless tentacles of the octopus. With a very fast speed, they all spread into the house and swept towards everyone inside. Rise! A low cry came from Caspian's mouth. With a loud rumble, the house that Belinda and the others were in suddenly uprooted from the ground. Then, with a loud rumble, the beams of the house collapsed. Han Shuo, who was lying on the floor, stared at Emily in the room. He planned to rush down and rescue Emily if anything went wrong. However, What comforted Han Shua was that the countless soft branches that had spread into the house had already entangled everyone apart from Belinda's group of 4 under Caspian's control. When the house collapsed, the soft, snake-like branches had already carried all the people who'd fainted from Belinda's sleeping powder out of the room. "Friend on the roof, it's time for you to come down." When Han Shua discovered that Emily had been pulled out of the house by the soft branches and was about to take the opportunity to leave, Caspian's bright eyes fell on Han Shua, and he spoke with a slight smile. Seeing that he'd been exposed, Han Shua didn't continue to hide. He leapt out of the collapsed room and landed in the spacious courtyard of the hotel. He then walked easily to the large tree that Caspian was in and stood next to Emily and Candace. "Do what you need to do. I'll keep an eye on these people for you. I won't let them harm the people under the tree." Han Shua looked up at Caspian in the sky and smiled faintly. Caspian was taken aback when he heard Han Shua's words. He couldn't help but look at Han Shua oddly, asking in surprise, "Have we met before? Why does your voice sound so familiar?" "Haha, send those people away first." Belinda and the other 3 suddenly rushed out of the collapsed house at this moment. They immediately glared angrily at Caspian and attacked him. "All right, I think I'll definitely recognize you." Caspian responded and waved the magic staff that looked like the roots of a tree, treating Farika and his brothers with a face full of caution. The lush branches of the large tree above their heads continuously entangled, appearing abnormally large and powerful. The other trees in the courtyard seemed to be drawn by the power of nature and also began to wave their branches, joining in with Caspian's team. Han Shua was quite surprised to see this. Han Shua raised his head and saw that Caspian seemed to be able to deal with these people. He lowered his head and turned his attention to the unconscious Emily. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua put a hand on Emily's back and circulated his magical yuan, forming a small whirlpool in his left palm. Han Shua calmed his mind and used the wonders of the magical yuan and Han Shua's understanding of the body to expel the sleeping fragrance that Emily had inhaled from her body in a short amount of time. Her long eyelashes suddenly fluttered, and Han Shua was overjoyed. He knew that Emily was about to wake up. An enormous roar suddenly sounded in Han Shua's ears, and the startled Han Shua jerked his head up to discover that a 4 to 5 meter tall, 3-eyed monster had appeared in the courtyard. It had 8 horns on its head and a barbed tail covered in spikes. Han Shua recognized this 4 to 5 meter tall, 3-eyed monster with just one look. It was the appearance of the 3-eyed demon god, Ansi-Desi, that necromancer Clarendon had tried to summon last time. Right now, this 3-eyed evil godlike monster was covered in shining, grayish-brown iron armor. Its huge body was filled with power, giving off a strong sense of deterrence. A golem in the shape of an evil god. "You're from the Calamity Church." Caspian's expression changed greatly when he saw the golem that looked like Ansi-Desi appear, and he cried out in shock. "You've guessed correctly," Belinda said softly and pointed at Caspian, instructing the golem, "Kill him." The 4 to 5 meter tall golem, made from gray metal armor, charged directly at Caspian under Belinda's orders. A large tree in the surroundings furiously sprouted branches to wrap around the golem's ankles. However, before the branches could completely wrap around the golem's ankles, the extremely valiant-looking golem suddenly exerted force and broke the soft branches that had wrapped around its ankles. With each step, the 3-eyed, evil, godlike puppet beast stomped heavily on the ground, creating a loud rumbling sound, as if an earthquake was approaching. Many slender branches from a nearby tree twisted together, turning into a branch that was thicker than 2 people's waists and fiercely smashed towards the golem. When the golem saw that the attack was upon it, its barbed tail covered in spikes swept out and slammed into the thick branch with a bang. The originally ferocious branch was struck by the golem's armored tail, and the barbs on its tail pierced deeply into the tree trunk. The thick branch was also broken off from the tree with a violent flick of the golem's arm, and then broke into a pile of broken branches that fell to the ground. A series of profound magical incantations suddenly came out of Emily's mouth, and a few dark magic spells suddenly fell on the golem. However, the dark magic spells that were highly destructive to humans and beasts didn't have any effect on the golem. The golems in the shape of evil gods that the Calamity Church's alchemists have developed all have strong magic immunity. Don't waste your efforts. Caspian looked down at Emily and reminded her, "What do we do?" Emily looked up at Caspian and asked urgently, "Take these innocent people and leave immediately. I'll think of a way to tie them down." Caspian was also very anxious as he looked down and immediately responded, "The golem is being manipulated by someone. As long as we can restrain the manipulator, everything will be over." Han Shuo suddenly said coldly at this moment, "That is indeed the case, but that woman has 3 magical swordsmen protecting her, and the golem is also attacking us. It's not very realistic to restrain her." The golem in the shape of the 3-eyed demon god had already arrived as they spoke. Caspian waved his magic staff as he spoke, manipulating the tree beneath him to intercept the golem. "Emily, protect the people under the tree. Caspian, intercept the golem. Leave the woman to me." Han Shuo snorted coldly and rushed over like lightning as soon as the words left his mouth. His target was the female alchemist Belinda in the middle of the 3 magical swordsmen. Chapter 167. Careful! Emily called out worriedly when she saw Han Shuo rush out. The hotel's courtyard was the size of a basketball court. With Han Shuo's swift speed, he'd already appeared in the corner where Belinda and the others were standing almost as soon as Emily spoke. But as soon as Han Shuo moved, Farika and his brothers understood Han Shuo's intentions and had already surrounded Belinda, who was controlling the golem in the center. Farika and his brothers surrounded Belinda from 3 different directions. All 6 eyes focused on Han Shuo's body warily. They gripped their magical swords tightly in their hands as they waited for Han Shuo to arrive. Han Shuo chanted the dark mist spell in a low voice as he charged forward. When Han Shuo appeared next to the 4, the dark mist spell was immediately released, enveloping Han Shuo, Belinda, and the others within. "Damn it, he's a necromancer!" Farika cursed. The magic sword in his hand suddenly shot out glaring lightning, illuminating the dark surroundings so that they could see clearly. 2 zombie warriors and Little Skull with the bone dagger suddenly appeared in the dark mist at Han Shuo's summons. Under Han Shuo's incantation, the 2 zombie warriors and Little Skull attacked Farika and his brothers at the same time. Even with the illumination of the lightning, the area covered by the dark mist couldn't be seen clearly, especially now that it was the middle of the night. As the caster, Han Shuo hid in the darkness and paced back and forth around Farika and his brothers like a ghost. He wasn't in a hurry to immediately attack. The 2 zombie warriors were immediately dealt a devastating blow when they neared Farika and his brothers. The person with the fire magical sword chopped away a zombie warrior's wooden club with the scorching heat of his sword, and the zombie warrior was instantly engulfed in flames. As for the swordsman who had mastered wind magic, his body was very agile. The speed at which he swung his magic sword was so fast that it was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, a dozen swords had already landed on the other zombie warrior's body. In an extremely short period of time, that zombie warrior had also lost the ability to fight. At the same time, 2 bone spears pierced through the air, aiming straight for the elder Farika. Little Skull also brandished his bone knife and stabbed at Farika. To Farika, the bone spears were obviously more of a threat than the Little Skull wielding the bone knife. As soon as he heard the sound of the bone spears, he immediately focused all his attention on the direction of the sound and struck out with his sword. A bolt of lightning flashed through the darkness, and the 2 bone spears were both struck down. Suddenly, the Little Skull that had been moving as sluggishly as a normal skeletal warrior suddenly shot out with shocking speed, the bone dagger stabbing towards Farika's chest. "Be careful!" Belinda had been manipulating the golem on the side and immediately screamed out in warning when she suddenly discovered the abnormality. Farika started in fright and tried to block again, but it was already too late. He immediately dodged in a flurry, but a large chunk of flesh had still been sliced through his chest. He grimaced in pain. The demon's lair edge's shrill howl suddenly sounded. The demon's lair edge revealed a hair-raising red in the darkness as it quickly wove through Farika's 3 brothers. 2 soft sounds rang out, like the sound of a stick piercing through wallpaper. The other 2, who'd just finished off the 2 zombie warriors, didn't know what was going on when they suddenly felt a chill in their chests. They looked down and saw a bloody hole in their chests, fresh blood spurting out like arrows. 2 thuds sounded out as the 2 who'd looked down to see the bloody hole in their chests fell to the ground with a thud. On the other side, Caspian had been in a bit of a dangerous situation due to Belinda's distraction when he discovered that the golem's movements had suddenly slowed down. He immediately waved his staff and once again wrapped the tree branches around the golem. Under the tree, Emily took out her magic staff as her gaze moved back and forth between the golem and Han Shuo, seeming to observe the danger on the other side. "Don't kill her. It's best if you capture her." The demon's lair edge's shrill howl became more and more piercing after being stained with the blood of the 2 magical swordsmen. In the distance, Emily couldn't help but exclaim softly when she saw a wisp of red swimming through the darkness towards Belinda, as if it was going to kill her next time. If it wasn't for Emily's reminder, the demon's lair edge would have reaped Belinda's life in the next moment. Han Shuo immediately understood Belinda's intentions when he heard Emily's soft exclamation. With a thought, the demon's lair edge flew back and landed in his hand in the blink of an eye. Farika, who'd escaped one of Little Skull's bone daggers, was in great pain from the stabbing pain in his chest. However, this pain was only temporary. Just as he dodged, the 7 blood red bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly shot out and nailed him to the ground. The 7 blood red bone spurs sparkled with an eerie red light as the blood on Farika's body quickly flowed into the 7 bone spurs. All of Farika's blood had been sucked away by the 7 bone spurs in an exceedingly short amount of time. His body shriveled up like a large piece of dried meat. As the 7 bone spurs sucked away his blood, Little Skull seemed to be enjoying it immensely. He held the bone dagger in his hand and danced with joy, making Belinda feel an irrepressible sense of fear. "Don't move." Belinda suddenly heard a cold, harsh voice from behind her in the darkness. She then saw the strange weapon that had reaped the lives of 2 of her subordinates pressed against her neck. "Who are you, that you dare interfere in the matters of the Calamity Church?" Belinda didn't reveal any signs of panic as her sapphire eyes looked straight ahead. Her tone was still gentle as she spoke faintly. "Cut the crap and stop the golem's movements immediately or you'll die right now." Clarendon had already been killed, and it was certain that Han Shuo and the Calamity Church had formed a grudge. Han Shuo was now completely lawless and unrestrained in his actions. Why would he care about the Calamity Church's threats? Belinda felt that Han Shuo wasn't joking at all from his cold tone and the killing intent emanating from the demon's lair edge. After muttering to herself for a moment, Belinda said, "You'll definitely regret provoking us." Belinda controlled the golem with some unknown method as she spoke. The 4 to 5 meter tall, armored golem actually disappeared into a strange magic scroll in Belinda's hand. Han Shuo used a bit of force to hit the back of Belinda's head, causing her body to go limp, and she immediately fainted. The Little Skull's 7 bone spurs had drained all the blood from Farika's body and returned them to Farika's spine. The dark mist was gradually thinning at this point. Han Shuo saw that the outcome was set and also withdrew the Little Skull. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo grabbed Belinda by the waist and clamped her between his wrists, walking out of the area to Emily's side. "Let's go. I'll leave the rest to Elder Caspian." Han Shuo lifted his head to look at Caspian and laughed lightly. Since the golem had disappeared, Caspian naturally had no more misgivings. He looked at Han Shuo with great surprise when he heard Han Shuo's words. Just who are you? How do you know I'm called Caspian? Have we met before? Ha ha, we have indeed met before, but we're not familiar with each other. The people here are all innocent. They have only been drugged by the incense. Even without your help, they will slowly wake up. We need to take this person from the Calamity Church away for questioning, so we won't be staying here any longer. Han Shuo smiled as he looked at Caspian. No, this woman is from the Calamity Church. If today's matters aren't handled well, it'll bring you great trouble. I think it's more appropriate for you to hand her over to me. I'll take care of this matter. Caspian seemed a bit unwilling when he heard that Han Shuo and Caspian wanted to take Belinda away. He landed from the tree and spoke to Han Shuo. Our dark mantle has already interfered with the matters of the Calamity Church. It's not your place to ask. Emily, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly looked at Caspian with displeasure and said with a scowl. Caspian started when he heard these words, and then nodded in realization. So you're from the dark mantle. Since that's the case, then there's no problem. You can take the woman away. I'll guarantee the safety of everyone here. Then I'll thank you very much. Han Shuo was picking up Farika and the other two's magic swords as he spoke, and also looting the items on their bodies. Let's go. Don't look anymore. There's nothing left. Emily rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, seemingly amused at Han Shuo's greed. If this woman wakes up, explain to her what happened so she doesn't become overly suspicious. Han Shuo pointed at Candace on the ground and left with Emily, returning to the Dark Mantle Stronghold. Chapter 168. While Han Shuo and Emily were leading Belinda towards the Dark Mantle base, a flying insect the size of a housefly that had been circling the hotel was following Han Shuo and Emily from afar. The demon's lair edge suddenly flashed and pierced a flying insect with its sharp tip, bringing it to Han Shuo's palm. Upon closer inspection, Han Shuo discovered that this flying insect had the same appearance as the golem that Belinda had released. They were both forged from metal armor, the only difference being that one was extremely large while the other was extremely small. Magical yuan circulated in his palm, and Han Shuo's thumb and index fingers squeezed tightly. A crisp crack rang out as the flying insect was crushed. Han Shuo's eyes narrowed as he discovered that there was an extremely small magical matrix within the stomach of the crushed flying insect. There was a faintly discernible existence of magical elements within. This Calamity Church is a bit miraculous, all right, to be able to set up a magical matrix within such a small flying insect golem. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh emotionally as he put away the flying insect golem. Nodding, Emily was very much in agreement with Han Shuo's words. She said with lingering fear, "The Calamity Church is the most evil of all churches. They have all sorts of evil magic and secret arts within them. Look at this golem that looks like an evil god today. If we could mass produce them, then our empire's cavalry wouldn't even have the slightest chance of resisting the charge of these armored golems." As expected of someone who'd been influenced by the Dark Mantle, Emily's first thought was still the safety of the empire. She didn't consider what benefits these golems could bring her. "I'll take care of these flying insect golems first, so that they don't follow us all the way to the Dark Mantle base. It'll be bad if we're discovered." Han Shuo activated the demon's lair edge and used his mind to control it to charge into the center of the flying insect golems, destroying all of them in the blink of an eye. After the small golems were destroyed, Han Shuo and Emily didn't linger and returned to the Dark Mantle base in the dead of the night. In the secret room that Han Shuo had stayed in 2 days ago, Han Shuo had placed Belinda on a chair and had Emily tie her to the chair with ropes. The unconscious Belinda's hands and feet were tied to the chair, and she couldn't feel anything at all. She was at Emily's mercy. When Emily had tied her up, she couldn't help but look at the veil covering Belinda's face. She asked in confusion, "Why does this girl keep her face veiled? Is there something wrong with her?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo smiled and said, "There are only 3 possibilities for a woman to wear a veil on her face. Either she's too beautiful and is afraid that her appearance will put her in danger, or it's because of the special customs of some races, or there's a flaw on her face that she doesn't want others to see. I'm also very curious which one this woman belongs to. But she's our prisoner now. I think you can take off her veil and take a look." Emily couldn't help but glare at her when she heard Han Shuo's words. She spoke in a strange tone. "Oh, I didn't know that you know so much about veils and whether women wear them or not." Han Shuo laughed involuntarily and hastened to explain. "This has nothing to do with me. It's because I received Clarendon's memories that I know about this." Snorting lightly, Emily didn't say anything else. She reached out and grabbed the veil covering Belinda's face, slowly pulling it down. The unconscious Belinda's completely unconcealed features were gradually revealed. Slender crescent brows lined her smooth forehead, and long eyelashes covered her tightly shut eyes. With Emily's actions, Belinda's tall and straight nose was slowly revealed. Her skin was fair and clear, and she was a stunning silhouette no matter how one looked at it. It was a pity that when the veil was completely removed, Han Shuo and Emily suddenly saw a dark blue birthmark on Belinda's left cheek. This dark blue birthmark appeared on Belinda's left cheek, making her originally beautiful face look a bit sinister and frightening. You guessed correctly. She does have a natural defect. If it wasn't for this dark blue birthmark, this woman would be a great beauty through and through. What a pity. Emily looked Belinda up and down and spoke to Han Shuo with some regret after pulling down Belinda's veil. Oval cheeks, a high nose bridge, rosy lips, slender crescent brows, and a pair of starry eyes that shone like sapphires. She also had fair and clear skin and a lithe and graceful figure. These were all characteristics that a beauty should have. It was a pity that the dark blue birthmark on her left cheek was too eye-catching. Anyone who saw it would focus most of their attention on it. This immediately formed a strong contrast and completely destroyed a beauty. "All right, I've woken her up." Han Shuo's expression was the same as usual, and he didn't particularly care about this woman's beauty or ugliness. He walked behind the chair and placed a hand on the back of her neck, squeezing the tendons there with a bit of force. He then patted her right cheek and called out, "You're awake." Belinda's skin was smooth and silky. When Han Shuo had woken her up, it was quite comfortable to the touch when he pinched her smooth skin. It was as if he was touching expensive silk. Belinda's long eyelashes fluttered a few times when she heard Han Shuo's actions. Her clear, starry eyes opened, and she first looked around in confusion, then looked at Emily and Han Shuo with surprise. The confusion in her eyes immediately faded as Belinda quickly recognized the situation she was in. A cold light flashed through her clear eyes, but her voice was still soft and threatening. "Who are you to dare capture me? Our Calamity Church will not let you off. You will regret what you've done today. You don't need to worry about that. Just what is your Calamity Church's purpose in appearing in Valen City this time? Apart from assassinating Clark, what other schemes do you have?" Emily looked coldly at Belinda and interrogated her. "Do you think I'll tell you? I think you're wasting your efforts." Belinda looked disdainfully at Emily and said mockingly. Belinda suddenly thought of something when she saw the veil in Emily's hand. Her gentle voice became sharp for the first time as she glared angrily at Emily with a bit of panic. She said loudly, "You'll pay the price for taking off my veil." Han Shuo watched for a while and walked up to Belinda with a bit of impatience. He said in a cold voice, "Tell me your objective this time, or I'll leave a large mark on your tender right cheek." Belinda's expression changed when she heard these words, and then she giggled loudly. "You'll pay the price." Belinda's ruddy face suddenly paled, and her body stiffened in an extremely short amount of time. Even her breathing became very slow. When she closed her eyes, she seemed to have fainted again, and all the functions of her body seemed to enter a dormant state. Han Shuo, who'd been prepared to torture a confession, was flabbergasted. He smiled wryly at Emily and said, "She seems to have taken some kind of medicine and suddenly fainted again. This method of fainting through medicine is a bit troublesome. What do you think we should do?" Emily came over and cast a dark magic into Belinda's body. Emily then closed her eyes and thought for a bit. She could only shake her head and sigh lowly. The Calamity Church is a bit difficult to deal with it. She's fainted so suddenly. No amount of torture will work if we don't wake her up. What do you think we should do? Han Shua spread out his hands and retreated, speaking helplessly to Emily. After thinking for a bit, Emily responded, "I'll first report this matter to the higher-ups and see what decision they make. In addition, notify the forest troll that the siege equipment that can be sold to merchants seems to have been secretly transported to Valen City. I need to go out and see if I can find any concrete evidence." "Then what should I do?" Han Shua asked. "Ha, there's nothing for you to do for now. Do whatever you want. I'll notify you immediately if anything happens." Emily looked at Han Shua with a smile. Nodding, Han Shua said, "That's fine as well. I'll stay in this secret room and start studying advanced necromancy magic. In addition, I'll see if I can find a way to wake this Belinda up and get some information out of her." Emily was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something and turned back to glare at Han Shua. "That's up to you. But behave yourself and don't take advantage of my absence to eat Belinda." I'm not the type of person to take advantage of others when they're down, don't worry." Han Shua smiled wryly. You're still denying it? How would I have fallen for you if you weren't this type of person?" Emily glared fiercely at Han Shua and then thought of something. She chuckled. "However, that dark blue birthmark on Belinda's face will probably affect your mood. I don't think I have anything to worry about." After saying that, Emily seemed to be a little pleased with herself. She chuckled and left the place at ease. Chapter 169. Due to Han Shua's advancement to the true demon realm, not only had his magical yuan advanced by leaps and bounds in recent times, but Han Shua's mental strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds due to the strengthening of his brain. Han Shua had already become proficient in the few spells that should be grasped in journeyman necromancy magic. After obtaining all of Clarendon's memories, Han Shua's understanding of necromancy magic had taken a large step forward. Han Shua had directly obtained many difficult and abstruse magical knowledge through Clarendon's decades of experience, and his progress in magic was tremendous. Now, Han Shua could feel that his mental strength was even stronger than before. Since he had grasped all journeyman magics, Han Shua planned on advancing to the next level. His agreement with Fanny was that he would only be able to officially date her after he became an adept mage. This was a very strong motivation for Han Shua. Taking advantage of his free time, Han Shua stayed in the Dark Mantle's secret room and continued to meditate and comprehend Clarendon's understanding of advanced magic. After Han Shua's repeated practice and grasped the advanced magic of Acid Bog, Han Shua felt that he had used up too much of his mental strength and temporarily stopped practicing. At this moment, Han Shua's eyes swiveled as he stared at Belinda, who had fainted from the potion. His thoughts raced as Han Shua involuntarily walked to Belinda's side. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua put a hand on Belinda's back and circulated his magical yuan. A thread of magical yuan slowly entered Belinda's body. It was because of the cruel training of his body and the repeated reforging of it that Han Shua had become very familiar with the structure of the human body. Han Shua focused his attention as the magical yuan entered Belinda's body. He could feel the trajectory of the magical yuan's circulation. When Han Shua calmed his mind and began to do this, he quickly discovered that there was a numbing potion in Belinda's body. It was like an anesthetic that could stimulate a person's nerves and make them lose consciousness in an instant, making it difficult for them to wake up. When Han Shua sensed the effects of this medicine, he calmed his mind and slowly circulated his magical yuan through Belinda's body. The magical yuan absorbed the medicine and slowly gathered it in Han Shua's palm. As he was doing this, Han Shuo suddenly saw the dark blue birthmark on Belinda's left cheek. His heart moved. Han Shuo's magical yuan flowed into the birthmark. When the magical yuan entered, Han Shuo could clearly feel that there was another strange substance within the dark green birthmark. However, this substance had completely melded with the skin of Belinda's face, so it would be a bit troublesome to extract it. After all, this kind of dark blue birthmark should have been fused with Belinda's face since birth, unlike the unconscious medicine that had entered her body in a very short amount of time. Although there was a way, Belinda's beauty had nothing to do with him. In addition, doing this would expend a lot of his magical yuan, so Han Shuo naturally wouldn't help Belinda with her beauty. When the anesthetic in Belinda's body was almost completely absorbed, Han Shuo knew that she would wake up soon. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to interrogate the awakened Belinda. An idea suddenly floated into his mind, and Han Shuo chuckled coldly. A ball of purple flame danced on the fingertip of his left hand, and he used the demon's lair edge to cut open his index finger, dripping a drop of blood into the little purple flame. When this drop of Han Shuo's blood landed on the purple flame, the little ball of purple flame suddenly flared with blinding light and then shrank to the size of a pinky fingernail. Under Han Shuo's mental manipulation, this little ball of purple flame abruptly sank into the back of Belinda's neck, becoming a small black mole. Having reached the true demon realm in magical cultivation, Han Shuo could use secret demonic arts to form a mysterious connection with the blood essence within his body. Using a secret method, Han Shuo had sealed a cloud of mystical frost within the drop of blood essence. Through this drop of blood essence, Han Shuo could use the demon infant to control the degree of coldness of the mystical frost. As long as Han Shuo was willing, the demon infant could activate the blood essence and allow the mystical frost to invade Belinda's body, instantly dictating her life and death. In addition, within a certain distance, Han Shuo could also sense Belinda's location through this drop of blood essence. Because of the loss of a drop of blood essence, Han Shuo knew that Belinda would wake up in a short amount of time after doing all this. He made good use of the time and sat down cross-legged nearby, silently circulating his magical yuan to quickly recover. The blood essence was near the demon infant and existed to nourish it. Every drop contained the magical yuan that Han Shuo had trained so hard. Some special magical arts required blood essence as a primer. Blood essence was just as important to a demonic practitioner as the demon infant. One wouldn't easily lose too much blood essence. Otherwise, it would cause the demonic arts to regress at best, or cause one to go berserk at worst, destroying both body and soul. However, the loss of a drop of blood essence naturally wouldn't cause any serious problems. As long as one trained diligently, one would be able to completely recover in a day. A soft hum suddenly sounded from the side after a while. Han Shuo, who had been meditating in silence, could sense that Belinda was awakening even with his eyes closed. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her bright eyes began to take in her surroundings. There were a few lamps burning on the walls of the secret room, so Belinda could clearly see everything when she looked around. Apart from being sufficiently spacious, there weren't any special decorations in the secret room. Han Shuo, who was sitting indifferently in a remote corner, immediately drew all of Belinda's attention. Han Shuo had a solemn expression on his face. His handsome face was chiseled, and he sat coldly with his back ramrod straight. He looked extremely masculine. Pouting, Belinda exhaled softly and tugged at the ropes on her body. She discovered that it would be very difficult to free herself from them. Her quick-witted eyes darted back and forth, as if contemplating something. "You'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, I'll immediately kill you if I notice anything amiss." Still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, Han Shuo spoke with a cold face when he heard the sound of the rope rubbing against each other. Han Shuo's sudden words startled Belinda. She glared angrily at Han Shuo and said, "Just who are you? What enmity does the Calamity Church have with you?" Why do you have to hold me captive? Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo opened his deep eyes and flicked a glance at Belinda. He took out the white bone staff that he'd obtained from Clarendon from his space ring and said faintly, "Alchemist Belinda of the Calamity Church, work number 17. You personally refined this white bone staff. I obtained it from Clarendon after killing him. It's very useful, I have to thank you." "So it was you who killed Clarendon. It looks like you're one of Griffin Legion Commander Bob Asher's men." Belinda's gaze first focused on the white bone staff and landed on Han Shuo after a while. Shaking his head, Han Shuo responded, "I'm not a member of the Griffin Legion. On the contrary, I have some history with them. If it wasn't for my help when Clarendon tried to assassinate Clark, Clark might not have died. It was just that Claude killed everyone he saw, and I accidentally saw him summon the three-eyed demon god Ansidezi. He wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to retaliate." "You're really not one of Bob Asher's men?" Belinda was first quite surprised when she heard Han Shuo say that he wasn't a member of the Griffin Legion, and then hurriedly questioned Han Shuo. "Of course, you're my prisoner now. There's no need for me to lie to you at this time." Han Shuo nodded his head affirmatively and said lowly, "You said just now that you tried to assassinate Clark. This means that you're also enemies with Bob Asher?" Belinda's usually gentle voice grew a bit high-pitched as she looked at Han Shuo and asked urgently, clearly a bit excited. Nodding his head again, Han Shuo responded with a slight smile, "That's right. To be precise, Clark died by my hands and not Clarendon. I've come to Valence City this time to deal with Bob Asher." "That's wonderful. Since our goals are the same, I think we shouldn't be enemies. The Griffin Legion is so large in Valence City, I think it'll be easier for us to achieve our goals if we work together." Belinda's face was full of joy as she looked at Han Shuo with great interest. "But I killed Clarendon and 3 of your Calamity Church's magical swordsmen just now. What should we do?" Although Han Shuo had long since made up his mind, he was still a bit surprised to hear Belinda speak so readily. Sacrifices are unavoidable in order to achieve anything. A few deaths are no big deal, as long as we work together to deal with the Griffin Legion. I promise that we can forget our past enmity. Belinda spoke very carelessly, not caring at all about the lives of her own people. Han Shuo was a bit surprised by this attitude of disregarding her own people, but seeing that his goals had been achieved, he chuckled. "If that's the case, then that's wonderful." Chapter 170. When Emily returned to the secret room and saw that Han Shuo and Belinda were chatting cheerfully and wittily, she was flabbergasted. Her shifty eyes roamed over Han Shuo and Belinda and finally pulled Han Shuo over to ask suspiciously, "You didn't really sleep with her, did you?" Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he quickly shook his head and explained, "Of course not. Miss Belinda's target is also the commander of the Griffin Legion. Miss Belinda can completely disregard our previous conflicts and is willing to work with us to deal with Bob Asher. I feel that it's beneficial for both sides to work together, so I agreed." "You agreed just like that and even released her restraints?" Emily was stunned as she stared at Han Shuo. Casting a glance at Emily, Han Shuo smiled calmly and said to Belinda, "This place is a bit special. Although we can work together, there should still be some secrets between us. If Miss Belinda doesn't mind, I'd like to blindfold you and let you go." "Of course, I completely understand." Belinda was quite straightforward and agreed without the slightest bit of hesitation. He covered Belinda's eyes again and put her veil back on as well. Han Shuo took Belinda away from the dark mantle stronghold under Emily's astonished gaze and took a carriage to a faraway place before letting Belinda alight. He said, "When you've contacted your people, you can find us at the place we agreed upon. We can then discuss the details of our cooperation in detail." "I'm very happy to meet you," Belinda said gently and left the carriage. Emily hastily asked as soon as Belinda's figure had left, "What's going on? Why did you let her go just like that?" After quickly explaining the situation, Han Shuo said to Emily, "Forcing her to confess may not be effective. but if we let her go like this, we can obtain more useful information. If she does anything harmful to us, I can immediately take her life with a thought, so you don't have to worry about anything. She'll ask for help from the Calamity Church after she leaves. Only by cooperating with them will we be able to obtain more useful information and join forces to deal with Bob Asher. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Do you know that what you are doing is extremely dangerous? The Calamity Church is different from ordinary forces. If we are not careful, not only will all our previous efforts be in vain, we may even pay with our lives. You are playing with fire. After listening to Han Shua's explanation, Emily still couldn't let it go and said with a sigh, all right. I know what I'm doing. Sometimes it's necessary to take risks out of desperation. Only when there's a big crisis will there be a big opportunity. We can handle it. At this point, Han Shua paused and asked Emily, right, you went out just now. Did you obtain any useful information? That Phoebe who brought you to the finance minister's banquet arrived in Valence City the day before yesterday. You definitely can't imagine why she's here. Emily creased her brow when she saw that Han Shua was asking about serious matters. Starting, Han Shua asked Emily with some surprise, what is she doing in Valence City? Because of the McGrady Merchant Guild's failure last time, Asher didn't continue to trust them and found Phoebe. As the owner of the buzzed Merchant Guild, Bob Asher promised to transport that batch of siege equipment at a high price. Unbeknownst to her, she was enticed by the high interest and used her Merchant Guild's channels to avoid a few towns and deliver the equipment to Valence City. Who would have thought that she'd actually succeed? She's already arrived in Valence City with the equipment. If there aren't any accidents, it'll be delivered to the Griffin Legion tomorrow. Emily smiled ruefully as she explained. Han Shua's mind raced when these words were spoken, and he suddenly said, then will Phoebe be implicated in this matter? That's hard to say. If she knows what this batch of equipment is and still insists on helping Bob Asher, then even I will find it hard to cover up this matter. But if she doesn't know anything and has been completely kept in the dark by Bob Asher, then there's still room to maneuver. Emily thought for a moment and responded to Han Shua. Where does Phoebe live right now? I need to go see her immediately. Han Shua's brow furrowed as he stared at Emily and asked lowly. Pouting, Emily glared at Han Shua and said huffily, and you say that you have nothing to do with her? You don't know how worried you are when you hear that she's in danger. I need her to help me with a lot of my materials. Can't anything happen to her? Hurry up and tell me her address. Han Shua hugged Emily and forcefully kissed her, smiling cheekily as he begged. Snorting lightly, Emily pinched Han Shua fiercely before telling him Phoebe's address. When she saw that Han Shua was about to leave, she couldn't help but remind, there are soldiers of the Griffin Legion guarding the hotel that Emily lives in. You must be careful and don't let anything happen to you. Thank you for your concern. I'll take good care of myself, even if it's for you. Han Shua chuckled lightly and shot out of the carriage like a cheetah, heading swiftly for Phoebe's hotel. The hotel that Phoebe lived in was on a street that had just entered the city. When Han Shua arrived, he discovered that there were indeed many soldiers of the Griffin Legion in the surroundings. It looked like they were very concerned about the items that Phoebe was transporting. It was already the latter half of the night, and the sky would probably brighten soon. This was the time when one was the most sleepy. Han Shua noticed that the soldiers responsible for guarding the hotel were all involuntarily dozing off. Their mental states weren't very good. Taking advantage of the night, Han Shua deployed the art of the demonic ninth heavens and flew into the air. From an extremely high altitude, he slowly landed on the roof of the hotel. It had to be said that the Dark Mantle's information network was powerful. Not only had Emily been able to find out where Phoebe was staying as soon as she'd entered the city, she'd even investigated which room she was staying in. The last room on the west side was the most secluded and also the most expensive room in the hotel. There were 3 Griffin Legion soldiers standing guard around it. Han Shua landed on the roof and observed for a bit, Taking advantage of one of the people dozing off, he used the hidden force of his magical yuan to open a window from the inside and snuck in without a sound. This room was sufficiently spacious and had its own living room, bathroom, and bedroom. It was the time when people were sound asleep, so it was only natural that Phoebe would be in the bedroom. Han Shuo held his breath and focused his mind as he quietly and slowly walked towards the bedroom, not making the slightest sound. There was a large, soft bed under a purple gauze canopy. The stove next to it was burning with charcoal, warming up the bedroom. A figure was lying on her side on the large, soft bed, wrapped in a thin silk blanket. Her long hair was scattered and her fair, bare shoulders were exposed. She was moaning softly as if she were dreaming. Silently walking to Phoebe's window, Han Shuo twisted his body and lifted the purple gauze canopy, moving closer to Phoebe. Han Shuo was just about to wake Phoebe up when he suddenly heard a low moan. He then heard Phoebe's fragrant lips softly murmur, "Oh, don't, big bad guy. Brian, you big bad guy." Han Shuo was startled and thought that Phoebe had discovered him. He couldn't help but climb up a bit to look at Phoebe, only to find that Phoebe's eyes were tightly shut and her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. She was moaning softly, and a pair of hands under the thin blanket seemed to be rubbing his body. She was actually having a wet dream, and the male lead was actually him. Han Shuo was flabbergasted as he stared at Phoebe in shock. At this time, Phoebe's cheeks and neck were flushed. Her seductive tongue was gently licking her red cherry lips. Her hands were wandering between her chest and abdomen under the blanket. She was moaning softly and calling his name from time to time. Such a soul-stirring temptation was presented in front of him. Han Shuo only felt his mouth dry and his lower body immediately raised. Han Shuo, who originally planned to immediately wake Phoebe up, completely forgot about all the messy things at this time. His body slowly fell onto Phoebe's big bed, and he even lifted a corner of the blanket and burrowed in. From the back, he was lying on his side like Phoebe. Han Shuo's raised lower body directly penetrated into the curve of Phoebe's buttocks. Through the thin clothes, Han Shuo could even feel the wet and slippery curve of Phoebe's buttocks. This kind of strong stimulation, no man could withstand it. With a low gasp, Han Shuo reached out and climbed onto Phoebe's firm and full breasts from behind. He rubbed them through the thin silk clothes. His big mouth moved towards Phoebe's neck from behind. His fiery tongue licked and kissed Phoebe's white and blushing neck. "Oh, you big pervert!" Phoebe, who was fast asleep, also clearly felt the strong stimulation. She couldn't help but moan. One of her hands subconsciously covered the hand that Han Shuo was wantonly invading her breasts. She brought Han Shuo's hand and took the initiative to wander around her own chest. On the other side, Phoebe's buttocks clearly felt the high contact. She couldn't help but clamp her slender legs together, as if she wanted to feel Han Shuo's invasion more clearly. This kind of ecstatic stimulation made Han Shuo gasp uncontrollably, and his kissing and licking of Phoebe became more intense. Just as the feeling of ecstasy was getting stronger and stronger, Phoebe suddenly twisted her neck and turned around to face Han Shuo. She opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Han Shuo, who had a look of enjoyment on his face. Chapter 171. Han Shuo was dumbfounded on the spot. His heart thumped wildly. He opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to do. No matter what, breaking into someone's boudoir in the middle of the night, climbing into someone's bed, and doing such an outrageous thing was unexplainable and unforgivable. The sleepy Phoebe stared at him in a daze. Han Shuo had already prepared himself for the onslaught of a violent storm. To Han Shuo's surprise, just when he didn't know what to do, Phoebe turned around and twisted her body to face Han Shuo. Then, she wrapped her snake-like arms around Han Shuo's neck. Her red lips moved towards Han Shuo's wide-open mouth. Her small, fragrant tongue, mixed with her smooth saliva, took the initiative to extend into Han Shuo's big mouth. When she faced Han Shuo like this, Phoebe's two long, slender legs also slid between Han Shua's thighs, while her other warm, firm, beautiful leg rested on Han Shua's thick waist. Her body started twisting like a snake. When Phoebe slept, she wore a thin, silky underwear. When the two of them were so close, this silky underwear was so close to their skin that it was almost useless. A perfect naked body was entangled in his body, and her fragrant tongue even took the initiative to let him taste it. Han Shua forgot the panic just now and reacted enthusiastically. Two big hands put on Phoebe's upper chest and plump buttocks, rubbing them unceremoniously. He felt the smooth roundness. As his hands kept rubbing, Han Shua's breathing became more and more intense. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and directly pressed Phoebe under his body. He tore apart Phoebe's thin underwear violently, and his big hands fell directly on Phoebe's bare full chest. Ugh, it hurts! Phoebe cried out in pain and withdrew her tongue from Han Shua's passionate entanglement. Her almond-shaped eyes gradually became a bit clearer. Han Shua was stunned and couldn't help but pant heavily. "Sorry, I'll be gentler next." When these words left his mouth, Phoebe, who had been a bit confused, immediately blushed. She abruptly pushed Han Shua away with exceptional fear and hurriedly pulled over the thin blanket to cover herself. She screamed, "You can talk, this isn't a dream." Han Shua finally reacted when Phoebe said this. It looked like Phoebe had taken the initiative to kiss him just now because she hadn't completely woken up yet. She thought she was still in a dream. Under muddle-headed circumstances, the entanglement of their bodies, Han Shua's slightly rough movements, and his response finally caused Phoebe to instantly wake up. She also recognized the true situation, which was why she was so shocked. "Miss Phoebe, what's the matter?" Phoebe's shrill call attracted the attention of the 3 Griffin Legion guards patrolling outside. One of them stood in front of the door and asked, "No, nothing, just a nightmare. Don't worry about me, you guys just keep watch outside." Although Phoebe's expression was still quite frantic, she didn't even think twice before covering up the fact that Han Shua was here when she heard the guards' calls. "Oh, it'll be daybreak in a while. Miss Phoebe, you can still rest for a while." The guard outside the door said this and continued to guard his post. Her face was a shocking red as Phoebe's eyes stared straight at Han Shua. She didn't make a sound as she looked hatefully at Han Shua. Her expression was quite odd. In this moment, Han Shua was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Being stared at by Phoebe like this, even the thick-skinned Han Shua couldn't help but blush. He began to explain incoherently I had some matters to discuss with you, and then you were having a strange dream, and then you hugged me. I'm a normal man, so that. Han Shua's explanation seemed very feeble. When he spoke like this, even Han Shua himself felt somewhat ashamed. Therefore, when he said this, his momentum was much weaker, and it looked like the quibbling of a prisoner on death row. Phoebe, who stared deeply at Han Shua, blushed more and more. Seeing Han Shua frantically looking for an excuse at this time, she felt angry no matter how she looked at it. She couldn't help but yell in an unusually angry voice, "Shut up!" As soon as the sentence came out, Han Shua immediately shut up. He sat on the corner of the bed with a bitter smile and hung his head without saying a word. He looked like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for the teacher to punish him. "You violated me so despicably while I was asleep. Brian, you're even more despicable and shameless than I thought." Phoebe glared angrily at Han Shua and said hatefully, "I didn't, you hugged me first. To be exact, I was the passive one." Han Shua hung his head and snuck a glance at Phoebe out of the corner of his eye, explaining in an aggrieved tone, "Wah." Phoebe sobbed lowly. She pulled the thin blanket over her body with one hand and hammered Han Shua's chest with the other. She cursed in a low voice as if she was crying, "You still dare say that? You despicable, shameless scoundrel. You've always treated me like this and never took responsibility. I hate you so much." Although Phoebe was hammering Han Shuo with such force, he didn't feel any pain at all due to the fact that she wasn't using any fighting aura, and Han Shuo's physical endurance was so great that he didn't feel any pain at all. Thinking furiously, Han Shuo thought back to how Phoebe had called out his name in her sleep. He thought back to how Phoebe had treated him in the past, and added to the words just now, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and understood a fact. Phoebe liked him. Once he sorted out this matter, Han Shuo's mind spun even faster. However, even with Han Shuo's nimble mind, it wasn't that easy to find a reasonable solution to this matter. After a moment of silence, Han Shuo hardened his heart and decided that he might as well go all the way. He might as well force himself on her. Han Shuo, who was passively enduring Phoebe's hammering, suddenly grabbed Phoebe's small hand in a domineering manner. His other hand suddenly reached out and lifted the thin blanket that was wrapped around Phoebe and directly pressed down on Phoebe. A frantic kiss suddenly fell on Phoebe, fiercely licking and kissing her neck, cheeks, shoulders, and soft breasts. When Han Shuo was doing this, his heavy body pressed down on Phoebe, and his strong arms held her so that she couldn't move at all. She could only open her mouth and call out, let go of me, you bastard. Ugh, don't lick there. Shut up, you bastard scoundrel. Oh! Curses and struggles continuously escaped from Phoebe's fragrant lips. However, because there were guards outside, Phoebe obviously didn't dare disturb them. She forcefully suppressed her cries and didn't have any effect on Han Shuo at all. Under Han Shuo's forceful kiss, Phoebe's soft cries became more and more urgent. Her cheeks became redder and redder, and her struggles became weaker and weaker. In the end, it turned into a low moan. Han Shuo suddenly had a carefree feeling and frantically licked and kissed Phoebe. Oh, why did you bite me? Suddenly, an enormous pain shot out from Han Shuo's mouth. She'd only been able to move her mouth, but when she saw that she couldn't struggle, she lifted her neck and bit down on Han Shuo's ear with her pearly white teeth. If you bite me, I'll bite you back. After biting Han Shuo, Phoebe's face was filled with a strange color. Her eyes were even brighter and seemed to contain a suppressed sweetness. Then let's bite together. Han Shuo laughed lewdly. His mouth, which had been kissing Phoebe's neck and shoulder, suddenly moved towards Phoebe's cherry lips. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Phoebe didn't struggle at all this time. Instead, she panted and welcomed him passionately. Her slippery little tongue took the initiative to enter Han Shuo's mouth and entangled with Han Shuo intensely. As soon as he sensed Phoebe's response, Han Shuo's heart fluttered, and his hands and feet started to become restless again. His large hands caressed Phoebe's plump and firm breasts, unrestrainedly rubbing them. His high-spirited lower body even more naughtily moved around Phoebe's body. With a soft, "Oh!" Phoebe panted heavily and used all her strength to push Han Shuo away. She didn't dare to look at Han Shuo and said shyly, "All right, it's almost daybreak." Looking out the window, it was indeed daybreak. There were faint voices coming from outside. Thinking of Phoebe's safety, Han Shuo suppressed his desire and moved away from Phoebe's body. He gently covered Phoebe's perfect body with a thin blanket and then held her in his arms. When Han Shuo did this, a strong woman like Phoebe's eyes lit up. She seemed to be enjoying it very much. After Han Shuo finished doing all this, she lowered her head and said softly, "You violated me again today. What do you think I should do?" With a smirk, Han Shuo hugged Phoebe's body tightly and said domineeringly, "From now on, you are my woman." As soon as these words left her mouth, Phoebe's flushed cheeks shone with a strange luster. It was as if she had been waiting for this day, waiting for Han Shuo to say these words for a long time. Then, when the truth was right in front of her eyes, she appeared shy and unwilling. However, the sweetness on her face showed her joy. Her face lowered to her neck. Phoebe was very shy and obediently said in a mosquito-like voice, "N." Chapter 172. Perhaps it was because of the intimate touch, but the cold, proud, and noble Phoebe's delicate cheeks were often in a captivating red state when facing Han Shuo. Her attitude towards Han Shuo had also changed greatly. Women were like this. Before they'd open their hearts, they'd always be apprehensive and reserved. However, once they'd set their minds on you and given their hearts to you, they'd involuntarily take the lead. Even a strong swordmaster like Phoebe was no exception. Tell me, how did you know I was living here, and why did you sneak in? Phoebe raised her head to look at Han Shuo with a slight smile as she asked, leaning on Han Shuo's broad chest. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo's restless hands and feet all stopped. He furrowed his brow as he described the course of events to Phoebe. However, Han Shuo didn't mention any sensitive matters. He didn't go into detail, including Han Shuo's identity in the shadows and the Calamity Church's interference. When you were transporting this batch of equipment, did you know what was inside? Han Shuo looked at Phoebe and asked very seriously. Shaking her head, Phoebe's dainty brow furrowed slightly as she responded. I didn't know. In our line of work, we do sometimes need to take on these kinds of unknown risks. However, I hadn't thought that this matter would involve so much. Since Phoebe didn't know, Han Shuo let out a great sigh of relief in his heart. He mused for a moment and said to Phoebe, the Griffin Legion has the intention of rebelling. For the safety of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, you must cooperate with us. Otherwise, once the senior executives of the Empire find out that this operation has the help of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, I'm afraid that no matter how resourceful your merchant guild is, it will still encounter immeasurable danger. Nodding in understanding, Phoebe hugged Han Shuo and said with a smile, I'll do what you say. I think you'll help me seriously. Phoebe said this because she completely trusted Han Shuo, which made Han Shuo feel a little flattered. Thinking quickly, Han Shuo condensed another drop of lifeblood essence and stored it in a small medicine bottle. He handed it to Phoebe and said, think of a way to drip this drop of blood on the siege equipment during transportation. If you don't have a way to open the equipment, drip it on the device that stores the equipment is fine as well. Think of a way to follow this batch of equipment as far as you can tomorrow. Don't be in a hurry to leave Valen City after you're done. I'll come find you again. Oh, right, Candace is also in Valen City right now. She's staying at a hotel called Elaine. You can go find her. No problem. I'll try to do it according to your instructions. Phoebe readily agreed and then laughed softly. She took out a large pile of various materials from her space ring and looked at Han Shuo as if presenting a treasure. This batch of materials was requested on one of your lists. I've already gathered all of them for you while helping Bob Asher transport these items. A list was handed over, and Han Shuo took a look. He discovered that these materials had all been prepared by Phoebe according to Han Shuo's requests in order to refine the Yin demons that were a level higher than the original demons. It looked like Phoebe was very attentive to his matters. In such a short period of time, she had actually gathered enough materials to refine the Yin demons for him. Pulling Phoebe over and kissing Phoebe's rosy cheeks, Han Shuo said happily to Phoebe, "Ha ha! Thank you so much!" The guard's voice sounded again at this time. "Miss Phoebe, the sky is already bright. You should get up and leave." "Yes, I'm fully awake and will be out soon." Phoebe responded loudly and pushed Han Shuo away. She shyly put on her clothes under the thin blankets and rebuked, "It's all your fault. You tore my undergarments, you savage scoundrel." Chuckling mischievously, Han Shuo left Phoebe's bedside and said, all right, I'll make it up to you. Remember what I said, I'll be leaving for now, but you'll find you soon enough." Han Shuo's body slowly retreated outside after he finished speaking. Just as Han Shuo reached the window behind him, Phoebe suddenly called out softly. When Han Shuo turned around and looked at her in surprise, Phoebe warned softly, "Be careful." "I will." Han Shuo responded confidently and took advantage of the guard's blink to shoot out of the window like a ghost. Han Shuo concealed himself and flew towards the dark mantle stronghold early in the morning. When he returned to the dark mantle stronghold, Han Shua discovered that Chester was already there. It looked like he'd returned from Elaine's hotel. "What's the situation?" Han Shua immediately asked when he saw Chester. "I fainted in the hotel. When I woke up, a great druid said that we'd been drugged and didn't say anything else." Chester was a bit confused as he explained to Han Shua. He briefly explained what had happened after Chester had fainted and then asked Chester again, "Did that great druid chat with the female captain of the mercenary band? Has Lisa been safely sent back? What's the current situation in the hotel?" It seems that the great druid and the female mage swordsman called Candace talked about something, but they avoided us, so I don't know what they talked about. I personally handed Lisa over to Lawrence, and he said he'll contact you soon. Master Elaine has arranged for Belinda's room to be redecorated, and it should be back to normal soon. The great druids inside, as well as the mercenary band, are still there and haven't left. Chester responded. "So that's how it is. Oh, right. Did you see Emily after you returned?" "No, I only saw 2 of Madame Emily's people in charge of guarding the dark mantle stronghold. Madame Emily isn't here at the moment." Chester responded. "Oh, I see. There's nothing else for me to do for now. If you're free, why don't you go out and scout out the current situation in the city?" Han Shua smiled and walked past Chester towards the secret room. After setting up the transportation matrix here, Han Shua once again entered the cemetery of death. The little lewd dragon, Gilbert, immediately ran overexcitedly when he saw Han Shua appear, thinking that Han Shua was going to take him out. "Now's not the time, but I'll take you out of the cemetery of death in the next few days. Don't worry." When he saw Gilbert rush over with a face full of excitement, Han Shua immediately poured cold water on him. Afterwards, ignoring Gilbert's protests, Han Shua arrived at the original demon cave where he'd refined the original demons last time. The refinement of the Een demons was more or less the same as that of the original demons. Apart from making some changes to the matrix, replacing it with even more precious materials, and adding 3 drops of blood essence, there weren't any special changes in other aspects. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua quickly went through some of the details he needed to pay attention to in his mind. He then took out the Demon's Lair edge and used his mind to control the Demon's Lair edge. He began to change the layout of the original demon cave, transforming it into the shape of the Een demon cave. Finally, after the Een demon cave had taken shape, Han Shua placed the materials that he'd entrusted Phoebe to gather into the Een demon cave according to the sequence of the matrix. When refining the original demons, only 18 wraiths were needed as a catalyst. However, the number of Een demons had doubled, rising to 36 wraiths. However, the refining time had been shortened to 18 days. This was because Han Shua's demonic arts had reached the true demon realm, and he had the existence of blood essence, in addition to the leap in quality of his magical yuan. He had to make the 36 wraiths fight each other within a short 18 days, and finally snatch 3 drops of Han Shua's blood essence. Only the strongest wraiths would have the right to absorb the energy within the Een demon cave and be refined into Een demons that were even more powerful than the original demons. After the 3 Een demons were formed, not only would they possess all the effects of the original demons, but their own life force would also be strengthened. They would be able to infiltrate a person's body and remain hidden until the critical moment to deliver a fatal blow. For example, if a person was possessed by an Een demon, then everything that the person saw and felt would be roughly sensed by Han Shua through the Een demons. The Een demon hidden within the person's body could suddenly act up when the person was in danger, asleep, or in a fight with someone, catching them off guard and attacking the person's body. It would be best if the enemy could be killed. Otherwise, as long as the opponent wasn't particularly strong, the Een demon could even continue to hide within the person's body, or leave the person's body and escape back to its host, Han Shua's body. After the other 3 Een demons were formed, they could also temporarily change into Han Shua's appearance under the will of the original body, forming an illusion that was identical to Han Shua. If Han Shuo were to fight at this time, this technique of suddenly forming three illusions would often have the effect of confusing and catching the opponent off guard. It could even turn the tide of the battle. When Han Shuo dripped his blood essence and discovered that the 36 wraiths were madly fighting within the Yin Demon Cave, fighting for the 3 drops of Han Shuo's blood essence, Han Shuo discovered that the Yin Demon Cave had already been successfully activated. He didn't continue to stay here and left, ignoring Gilbert's complaints. Chapter 173. After returning from the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo immediately discovered Emily standing beside the transportation matrix as soon as he appeared in the secret room. "Have you seen your little lover?" Emily immediately asked when she saw Han Shuo. "Phoebe doesn't know anything about the siege equipment that Bob Asher requested. I've also told her that she will cooperate fully with us. I think we can cover up the matter that implicated Phoebe this time." Han Shuo put away the 6 magic wands one by one as he walked out of the transportation matrix and explained to Emily, "If Phoebe really doesn't know anything, then this matter won't implicate her. Our dark mantle will never wrongly accuse an innocent person. You'll know this in the future." Emily said seriously, then giggled and said, "You ran into her room in the middle of the night. Did she think you were a thief who stole a perfume and beat you up?" "Of course not," Han Shuo responded with a natural expression. Emily looked at Han Shuo a few times, trying to glean something from his expression, but discovered that Han Shuo's expression was calm and didn't change at all. All right, that's it for now. I've just received news that Belinda, who you let go, is contacting you through your method. I don't know what she wants." Emily discovered that she couldn't glean anything from Han Shuo's expression, so she didn't say anything else and went straight to business. Han Shuo had left behind a method for Belinda to contact him before she left. Han Shuo had also told this method to Emily so that Emily could keep an eye out for him. Now that he heard her say this, he immediately said, "All right, then let's go see Belinda and see what she wants from me." Han Shuo and Emily walked side by side in the desolate forest, where Han Shuo had killed 2 members of the Griffin Legion. Although he'd already left a backup plan on Belinda's body, Han Shuo was still quite cautious. He was extremely focused when he walked over, deathly afraid that he'd fall into Belinda's trap. When Han Shuo entered the forest, he suddenly sensed an enormous presence hidden within. This energy obviously didn't come from Belinda. Han Shuo immediately focused his consciousness and said softly to Emily, "Be careful. There's something unusual in there." Nodding, Emily said, "Yes, it looks like Belinda isn't the only one inside. We should be careful in case Belinda ambushes us. Don't worry, if Belinda really dares to act against us, I'll make sure she's in for it." Han Shuo's expression was calm as he took out the Demon's Lair edge from his space ring and walked into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the depths of the dense forest, like a dragon swimming in the void. This bolt of lightning was as thick as an arm as it snaked through the air and exploded with dazzling light. The trees on the side creaked as it made its way over, giving rise to thick smoke. Frowning, the Demon's Lair edge shot out according to Han Shuo's will, leaping over several trees in its way and stabbing towards the incoming bolt of lightning. A series of crackling sounds rang out as Han Shuo's Demon's Lair edge sensed the surging fighting aura. This kind of fighting aura was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, appearing extremely violent and ferocious. Even though Han Shuo had infused the Demon's Lair edge with magical yuan, it still couldn't withstand it for long. Han Shuo felt that something was amiss in that moment of contact and hurriedly directed the Demon's Lair edge to fly back into his palm. "Who's there?" Emily was also very cautious at this moment. She held her magic staff and stared at the bolt of lightning in the air as she shouted in her delicate voice, "Thunder, Magus, Swordsman Johnny of the Calamity Church. I just want to see if you have the right to cooperate with us." A low voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the forest. A middle-aged man in black armor with silver curly hair walked out from the depths of the forest with Belinda after the voice sounded. This middle-aged man had an ugly, slanted scar from his left eye to his nose, making his already ugly face look even more ferocious. The moment he appeared from the dense forest, his voice had just sounded when his body swiftly flew to the area where the lightning was swimming in the empty space. He extended his hairy right hand, and a milky white dochi instantly flashed. The lightning that was swimming in the empty space seemed to be pulled by a great force and landed in his palm. When the power of thunder and lightning receded, Han Shuo discovered that it was a slender silver longsword. However, the power of thunder and lightning still lingered on the hilt, flashing from time to time. The milky white fighting aura meant that this person had the strength of a swordmaster or earth knight. With this kind of strength and lightning magic, it was no wonder that this person was so strong. Even Han Shuo's Demon Slayer edge couldn't gain the upper hand against him. The veiled Belinda slowly walked out from behind the Thunder Magus swordsman Johnny. She first apologized when she arrived in front of Han Shuo and then said to Johnny, "Uncle Johnny, I've already told you that their strength is enough to cooperate with us. Otherwise, how would I have failed?" Although this person from the Calamity Church, called Johnny, seemed to be an arrogant person, he still seemed to respect Belinda. He couldn't help but nod when he heard her say this. Their strength is passable, but what help can they provide us if we cooperate with them? Bob Asher of the Griffin Legion is a Sky Knight. With his strength, these two won't be able to deal with him at all. Only by using your golem to block the others, and I'll have the chance to kill him. Emily couldn't help but say when she saw that this person was so arrogant. Apart from Bob Asher being a Sky Knight in the Griffin Legion, there are 5 Earth Knights who follow him all year round. Add to that Clark's master, Great Sword Master Gabriel, and 2 archmages of the earth and water elements. Just based on this strength alone, it'll be a fool's dream if anyone wants to kill him alone unless a sacred sword master, sacred magus, or a sacred knight personally makes a move. Ha ha! Although Mr. Johnny is a Thunder Mega Swordsman, it won't be easy for you to defeat Bob Asher himself in a real battle, not to mention his followers. Most people would know about Bob Asher's followers, but they couldn't be like the Dark Mantle, knowing so much about every expert by Bob Asher's side. When Emily described Bob Asher's followers in such detail, even the arrogant Thunder Magus Swordsman Johnny's expression changed greatly, and he appeared a bit shocked. "Then, what help can you give us?" Johnny asked Emily after a moment of silence with a stoic face. "No matter what goals you have against Bob Asher, I only want to tell you not to act rashly. Otherwise, it won't just be you, but even we will be dragged into this mess. If we work together, I can provide you with detailed information on the people around Bob Asher. This will help you find out where he usually goes, and even help you send his followers away in a short amount of time, creating a suitable opportunity for you to assassinate him." Emily revealed a confident smile as she slowly described the things that the Dark Mantle could do for Johnny. "Uncle Johnny, this is exactly what we need." Belinda suddenly spoke up at this moment. "I think you're from the Lancelot Empire?" Johnny wasn't an idiot and naturally guessed the identities of Han Shuo and Emily. Nodding, Emily admitted frankly, "That's right. I hope that you'll keep this a secret for us if we work together." "Humph, you people are the most hypocritical. You'll work with us when you need us, but you'll turn your back on us when things are over and use all your power to attack our church." Johnny mocked with extreme disdain when he heard Emily's words. "Since that's the case, then this matter is settled. We'll find a suitable opportunity to assassinate Bob Asher in the next 2 days and let you know when we've made the arrangements. You can also take the opportunity to find more reinforcements. Otherwise, it's not very realistic to kill Bob Asher." One could tell from Johnny's expression that although he didn't like serving the country, he seemed to be used to making use of each other. That was why Han Shuo had said this. Judging from the Calamity Church's current display of strength, it wasn't very likely that they would be able to assassinate Bob Asher. Han Shuo and Emily had agreed to work with them, not because they hoped to kill Bob Asher, but because they hoped to obtain the information they needed from Bob Asher's manor during the chaos, and then use the Dark Mantle's abilities to take him down. All right, then this matter is settled. I hope that you two don't try any tricks, or you'll regret it. Johnny finally agreed with a darkened face. Chapter 174. After leaving the dense forest, Han Shuo and Emily split up, heading to Lawrence's new residence alone. When Han Shuo arrived and saw Lawrence, he heard Lawrence thank him. "Thank you so much for last time. Otherwise, Lisa might have been in danger." "You're welcome. With my relationship with Lisa, these are things that I should do. Right, how is Lisa now?" Han Shuo asked Lawrence with a smile after sitting down. "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to send her back to Awesome City. As strong as the Griffin Legion is, they wouldn't dare act wildly in the capital." "That's great. Right, your junior sister Phoebe is also in Valen City right now. She has some dealings with the Griffin Legion." Han Shuo started talking about Phoebe after thinking for a moment. Surprise appeared on his face. Lawrence was quite surprised and asked Han Shuo in confusion, "Why is she in Valen City? What's going on?" Because of his previous understanding, Han Shuo discovered that Lawrence and Phoebe had a good relationship. As the third prince, it would be safer for him to know what Phoebe had done first. Therefore, after Lawrence asked, Han Shuo roughly explained what had happened. When Han Shuo finished speaking, Lawrence furrowed his brow and was silent for a while. He looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, "It looks like the matter of Phoebe this time is all thanks to you. Your dark mantle is truly resourceful." Han Shuo started when he heard these words and focused his eyes on Lawrence. After looking deeply at him for a while, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and said to Lawrence, "When did you learn of my identity?" "Since the last time we left the slave trading house." Lawrence responded with a slight smile and hesitated before saying, "To be precise, I only learned of your identity now. After leaving the slave trading house last time, I began to suspect Madame Emily's background. I only understood Madame Emily's identity after I found someone to confirm it in detail, and then began to suspect you. There was nothing dishonorable about working for the Dark Mantle. The existence of the Dark Mantle wasn't a secret amongst the senior executives of the Empire. Their duties and actions wouldn't harm the interests of ordinary people unless they did something harmful to the Empire. Otherwise, the existence of the Dark Mantle would even protect ordinary people." Han Shuo didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. Musing for a moment, Han Shuo's expression was the same as usual as he smiled. "Not bad. I've just joined the Dark Mantle not long ago, but I do deeply understand how resourceful the Dark Mantle is." "Then you should know me quite well by now." Lawrence suddenly looked at Han Shuo with a faint smile on his face. Starting, Han Shuo laughed heartily. "Of course. You're the son of the finance minister, Lawrence. Everyone knows this." Even though Han Shuo was well aware of the third prince's identity, he couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, his relationship with Lawrence would likely change. At the very least, Lawrence would probe Han Shuo's thoughts and perhaps invite Han Shuo to work for him. This was a difficult problem that Han Shuo wasn't willing to face at the moment, so playing dumb was the wisest course of action. An odd smile appeared on Lawrence's face when he heard Han Shuo's words. He looked deeply at Han Shuo for a while before responding. "All right, let's not talk about this for now. Your Dark Mantle must have come to Valen City this time because you understand that Bob Asher has intentions of rebelling. That's why you've come to gather evidence. My goal in coming here can be said to be the same as yours, to bring down this Griffin Legion commander. Can you tell me how your progress is right now?" Han Shuo was a bit hesitant when he heard Lawrence's question. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind before saying that he wanted to obtain evidence of the siege equipment and hand it over to the senior executives of the Dark Mantle so that they could officially arrest Bob Asher. However, Han Shuo didn't say a word about the matter of allying with the Calamity Church. He didn't want Lawrence to know about this. "Since our goals are the same, then I think we can work together. What plans do you have? How can I help you?" Lawrence asked Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't help but sweep his eyes over Lawrence when he heard these words. He asked, "Then what can you help us with?" Smiling slightly mysteriously, Lawrence looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, "I have someone in the Griffin Legion. This person's position is second only to Bob Asher. This person can directly mobilize the Griffin Legion at certain times and do many things for us." Han Shuo's mind spun furiously as he learned a lot of useful information from Lawrence's words. It looked like Lawrence's trip to Valen City this time wasn't as simple as dealing with Bob Asher. It was likely that he'd topple Asher and support his own people to take over the Griffin Legion. This was all in preparation for his future fight for the throne. That would be best. I need to make some plans. There will be a move in the next 2 days. I'll let you know when the time comes and discuss with you how to cooperate. Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Lawrence, "No problem. I'll wait for your good news." "Haha, we can be considered friends now. I'm quite confident in your way of doing things. I know that you're cautious enough and that there shouldn't be any major slip-ups after you've carefully thought through your preparations. Let me know when you've settled everything, and I'll do my best to cooperate with you. We'll be mutually beneficial." Lawrence laughed heartily and said straightforwardly, "All right then, I'll take my leave now." Han Shuo said his goodbyes and left Lawrence's new residence, heading for Elaine's hotel not too far away. When Han Shuo arrived at the hotel, he discovered that the damaged room that Belinda had been staying in had been more or less repaired. It looked like it would be ready to be used again in a short period of time. Han Shuo and Emily's room hadn't been checked out yet. Therefore, Han Shuo returned to the room after arriving at the hotel. The fat, middle-aged woman, Elaine, walked in after a short while. She closed the door and said with a smile, "I have to thank you for your help. Otherwise, my hotel would have been destroyed by that Calamity Church woman. It looks like Emily has already told you everything that happened." Han Shuo said. Nodding, the owner of the hotel called Elaine said, "Yes, Madam Emily came by once and told me everything that had happened. She also told me to keep an eye on the guests here. What other instructions do you have for me this time? Have the guests in the hotel left yet? Has the female mage swordsman from the mercenary band made contact with anyone else?" Han Shuo thought of his agreement with Phoebe and couldn't help but ask. "There haven't been any changes to the guests here. The great druid and that little female elf are still temporarily staying in the hotel. The two went out during the day and returned not long ago. Apart from the woman called Candace, the others from the mercenary band have all gone out for a while. They seem to be searching for new missions and haven't returned yet. I've observed and haven't seen anyone suspicious enter Candace's room, nor have I seen her leave. Apart from that, there's nothing out of the ordinary in the hotel. The Griffin Legion sent someone to inspect once and asked about the collapse of the building, but I brushed it off. Elaine didn't seem to affect her at all when she saw what had happened in the hotel. Her expression was relaxed as she slowly narrated what had happened to Han Shuo in great detail. "The Griffin Legion won't be suspicious of this place, will they?" Han Shuo asked with furrowed brow after a moment's thought. "Don't worry, I think there shouldn't be any problems. I've been in Valen City for many years, and I've already made arrangements with the Griffin Legion a long time ago." Elaine assured Han Shuo with great confidence. Han Shuo couldn't say anything else after her words. Otherwise it would appear that he didn't trust her. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "You've worked hard." He then motioned for Elaine to go about her own business. After Elaine left, Han Shuo thought for a moment and decided to tell her that Phoebe might be coming to find Candace, in case she suddenly left the hotel. As he walked out of his room, Han Shuo pondered on how to break the news to Candace as he walked towards her room. He suddenly heard "Big Bad Guy" on the way, and then saw the little elf, Angelica, pointing excitedly at him from the window of Caspian's room. Smiling wryly and making a fierce face at Angelica, Han Shuo ignored her and continued walking towards Candace's room. However, Han Shuo heard footsteps coming from Angelica's direction. It was obvious that the little elf, Angelica, had caught up to him. Big bad guy, what are you doing here? The little elf, Angelica, had rushed out in the blink of an eye and looked at Han Shuo with a bit of joy. I've come out to kidnap a little girl like you. Han Shuo blinked and chuckled evilly. Chapter 175. You think you can trick me? I don't believe it. Angelica was quite disdainful as she pouted and wrinkled her delicate nose. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. All right, I still have things to do. Go do what you need to do. Saying this with a smile, Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to Angelica and planned on going to Candace's room. At this moment, the door creaked open from the room that Angelica had run out from. The great Druid Caspian walked out and only glanced at Han Shuo before exclaiming in surprise, "How can it be you?" Nodding at Caspian in a friendly manner with a smile, Han Shuo bowed. Greetings, great Druid Elder Caspian. I met you last time in the dark forest with Trunks. You know my grandfather as well. Angelica was quite surprised to see Han Shuo greet Caspian. She looked at her grandfather and then looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo smiled and was about to respond when Caspian's eyes lit up. He looked over Han Shuo's body, and a thoughtful smile suddenly appeared on his face. So it's you. But we should have met recently, haha. Although Han Shuo had been wearing a black hood not too long ago, his physique and voice hadn't been concealed. In addition, Han Shuo had called out Caspian's name when things had concluded. Based on these three flaws, it wasn't strange that Caspian would quickly recognize Han Shuo when he saw Han Shuo again. Han Shuo didn't argue or explain anything with regards to Caspian's words. He flashed a meaningful smile at Caspian and said, I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye. Little Angelica, don't disturb other people's business. Hurry and come back to the room with me. Caspian nodded knowingly and grabbed the little elf, planning on leaving with Angelica. Candace, who'd heard Han Shuo's words, just happened to open the door at this moment. She looked at Han Shuo and then at Caspian, who was talking to Han Shuo with surprise. She nodded at the two in a friendly manner and finally said to Han Shuo, You've come to find me? Sister Candace, I've come to look for you as well. Let me go in as well. Angelica called out sweetly to Candace. If our cute little elf really has something to do, then I'll come find you later. But I have some matters to attend to right now. Candace laughed lightly and opened the door. She leaned to the side and said to Han Shuo, Come in. All right, stop messing around. Come back to my room and continue practicing magic. The druid Caspian glared at Angelica reproachfully and pulled her back. Candace closed the door tightly after Han Shuo entered Candace's room. She then seemed to think of something and suddenly looked at Han Shuo. You were the one who saved us last night? Han Shuo didn't need to deny anything about this and nodded. This matter is a bit complicated. Has Belinda, who hired you, paid your commission? Shaking her head with a wry smile, Candace said, She's from the Calamity Church. This church has always done things in an evil and sinister manner. I'm already very lucky that nothing happened to me. How could I have received a commission? Promise me one thing. Don't try to make trouble for Belinda. You won't get anything out of this. As for the commission she paid you this time, I'll help you get it back. Han Shuo thought for a moment and stared at Candace. Candace was a bit taken aback when she heard these words and looked at Han Shuo in confusion. I heard from Caspian that you and a woman took Belinda away. Just who are you? Since you've captured Belinda, why would you say that? This matter is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you when Phoebe gets here. But don't think about doing anything to Belinda, because I know the strength she holds. She's not someone that your Battlefire mercenary band can handle. Although Han Shuo hadn't known Candace for long, he knew that she wasn't the type to give up easily. He also understood that even if she knew that her life was in danger, she would still do it if she set her mind on something. This was why he was trying to persuade her. Why is Phoebe here as well? Candace first cried out in surprise, and then said to Han Shuo with a resolute expression, You're a bit too late. I've already arranged for the others to search for Belinda's tracks. The Mercenary Association should bear our losses now that something has happened to our employer. I'll deal with Belinda myself. I'm begging you, sister. Let Belinda go for now. This woman is in my hands right now, and I need her to do some things. Can you give me some face? For a woman as unreasonable as Candace, the more he told her that there was great danger, the more stubborn she would become. With no other choice, Han Shuo could only use this method to convince her. Candace was no longer so insistent after hearing Han Shuo's words. Her bright, resolute eyes stared at Han Shuo for a while before she nodded reluctantly. Since you're begging me so, then all right. I promise you that I won't pursue this matter any further. However, Belinda must give us the commission she's due. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the captain. No problem at all. I'll have Belinda pay up in the next 2 days, after I've interrogated her. Han Shuo hastened to agree when he saw that Candace had loosened up. As Han Shuo and Candace spoke, the sound of their footsteps approached from the outside. Han Shuo then heard the owner of the hotel, Elaine's voice. This room is where Miss Candace lives. Thank you very much. Phoebe's cold, proud voice sounded from outside at this moment. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Candace's face as she shot to her feet, quickly walking to open the door. When the door opened, Phoebe, dressed in an elegant dress, had a noble, aloof expression on her face. However, the coldness on her face faded as soon as she saw Candace. A radiant smile appeared on her face as she cried out in surprise, "Candace, you're really here!" "Not only me. There's also someone inside that you must want to see." Candace laughed heartily and moved to the side to let Phoebe walk in. At the door, Elaine took advantage of this short moment to change her position and poke her head in for a peek. She was quite surprised when she saw that Han Shuo was inside, but Phoebe had already walked in at this moment, and the door was closed by Candace. After last night's romantic entanglement, Phoebe's beautiful face immediately flushed red when she saw Han Shuo again. Perhaps it was because Candace was right next to her, but Phoebe's body was a bit shy and unnatural. She didn't even dare look at Han Shuo too much, and only snuck a glance at Han Shuo after she'd arrived. She then minded her own business and caught up with Candace, her large, bright eyes watching Han Shuo out of the corner of her eye. Han Shuo felt a bit awkward when he saw Phoebe this time because there was an outsider present. However, his skin was thick to begin with, and he wasn't too affected. He still sat there drinking tea with a straight face, his expression rather natural. The two women chatted for a while, briefly recounting their experiences after they'd left last time. They both focused their conversation on what had happened in Valence City. Because the two had both met Han Shuo naturally became the main topic of discussion. "Tell me, why did you come to Valence City this time, and why do you know where I live? Also, Candace said that you were with a woman. What's all this about?" After Phoebe and Candace had discussed for a while, Phoebe finally looked at Han Shuo and asked Han Shuo. Candace was also quite astonished and added, "Belinda is a member of the Calamity Church and shouldn't have any relationship with you. Why would you capture her and use her to do something? Just who are you?" The two women had a bellyful of questions and looked at Han Shuo, trying to get Han Shuo to give a reasonable explanation. Although Han Shuo already had a plan in mind, it was still a bit of a headache when he really had to explain. However, this matter wasn't something that could be easily brushed aside because some matters were a bit complicated. Han Shuo's brow furrowed at this moment. He coughed lightly when he heard that someone was coming in and made a gesture for the two to be silent. The sound of footsteps grew closer and the door was knocked lightly. Emily's gentle voice traveled in from outside. "I know you're all inside. May I come in?" Phoebe and Candace looked at Han Shuo suspiciously and asked at the same time, "Who is she?" "She's the woman you've been asking about." Han Shuo smiled wryly. He hadn't thought that Emily would want to butt in at this time. If it had been yesterday, when Han Shuo hadn't been intimate with Phoebe, Han Shuo wouldn't have been afraid of the two of them meeting. But now, Han Shua's head was swelling as he racked his brain over how to handle the relationship between the two. Chapter 176. Why have you come? Unsure of Emily's intentions, although Han Shua's expression was normal, his heart was a mess. He smiled apologetically at Emily. I've only come to discuss with you how we should deal with the chief of the Griffin Legion. It was unknown whether or not Emily was doing this on purpose, but she didn't even glance at Han Shua after entering. She only looked at Phoebe and Candace as they spoke. Aren't you Madam Emily? Why do you know Brian? What's going on? Phoebe's interest in the relationship between Emily and Han Shua was obviously far greater than dealing with the Griffin Legion. She couldn't help but ask when she saw that the person who'd come was Emily. Phoebe sneaked a glance at Han Shua after speaking and walked towards Han Shua with a flushed face. She even reached out her slender, jade hands to hold onto Han Shua's arm, raising her head in a show of force at Emily. If it had been yesterday, Han Shua could have disregarded Phoebe's face and explained that the relationship between the two was just an act. But after last night's romantic entanglement, there was no way he could explain anything now. He could only smile awkwardly at Emily without saying a word. A complicated luster flickered in Emily's eyes as she looked deeply at Han Shua. Han Shua felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart after staring at her for a while. His expression hardened as he took a deep breath and said to Phoebe, "Actually, my relationship with Emily is, we're both superiors and subordinates of the Dark Mantle. We've only taken on the same mission at the same time this time. Miss Phoebe need not take it to heart." Just as Han Shua was about to explain, Emily had been closely watching Han Shua's expression and suddenly interrupted Han Shua's following words, glossing over what Han Shua had been about to say. Han Shua was flabbergasted. He didn't understand why Emily would say this. When he looked at Emily with surprise, he found that Emily was giving him a gratified smile. It was as if Emily only needed Han Shua's true approval from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Han Shua's decision was what she wanted. It wasn't to compete with Phoebe for undeserved fame and the pleasure of a moment. Phoebe felt a bit awkward after hearing Emily's words. It was as if she was being petty. It was a good thing that Phoebe was also a strong woman in charge of a large firm. After only a moment of awkwardness, Phoebe immediately put down Han Shua and walked leisurely to Emily's side. She bowed slightly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sister Emily, I was overthinking things. With your identity and status, you naturally wouldn't take a liking to a scoundrel like him." Emily deeply agreed with Phoebe's way of cursing Han Shua as a scoundrel. However, Emily sighed slightly in her heart and thought to herself, "I just had to board this scoundrel's pirate ship, and now I can't extricate myself. It's impossible for me to like a rude and disrespectful fellow like him. Besides, I'm already married, so it's even more impossible. Don't let your imagination run wild." Emily sighed lightly in her heart, but still wore a smile on her face as she comforted Phoebe. "I'd long since noticed that this fellow was always secretive. So he's from the Empire's Dark Mantle. We should have guessed long ago." Candace looked at Han Shua with interest and said with a light smile. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, both Phoebe and Candace didn't seem surprised at all after his identity had been exposed by Emily. It was as if Han Shua's actions had long since been taken for granted by them that he was from a secret organization. Emily's revelation seemed to only help them confirm the suspicions in their hearts. "That's what I said, he's always been secretive. As a student of the necromancy major, he often does strange things. So he has another identity as a member of the Dark Mantle. This completely explains his strange actions in the past." Phoebe chuckled lightly and rolled her eyes at Han Shua from afar on Emily's side, as if blaming Han Shua for keeping secrets from her. Shrugging, Han Shua said, "All right, I think now isn't the time to talk about these things. How to help Phoebe extricate herself from this matter and take down Griffin Legion Chief Bob Asher should be our top priority right now." The two girls finally stopped discussing Han Shua's identity after hearing Han Shua's words. Because Emily didn't know how much Han Shua had told the two girls, It was still Han Shua who explained things to the two girls this time. My senior brother Lawrence is also in Valence City. Phoebe was a bit surprised when Han Shua mentioned Lawrence's existence and exclaimed softly. Nodding, Han Shua said, "That's right, Lawrence will also help us in this matter. He originally came to Valence City because of his cousin Lisa's family. What happened to Lisa's family was completely caused by the chief of the Griffin Legion. Lawrence wants to take revenge for Lisa's family, so he will do his best to help us." Han Shua had understood Lawrence's purpose in coming after their last conversation. It wasn't just to save Lisa, but to eliminate the chief of the Griffin Legion and support his own people in the position of chief. However, Han Shua couldn't say much to the two girls due to Lawrence's identity, so he could only say that he was only willing to help because of Lisa. "I've already done as you requested and secretly dripped a drop of blood onto one of the siege weapons. We were escorted all the way to a place in the west of the city before being taken away by the soldiers of the Griffin Legion. I think that the Griffin Legion's weapons storehouse must be there. We can look there." Phoebe narrated her actions after leaving Han Shua after Han Shua had finished speaking. "Very good. The Griffin Legion's weapons storehouse is indeed there. I'll be able to ascertain the direction after making a trip there. As long as we obtain the records of the Griffin Legion's purchase of this batch of siege weapons and report it to our superiors, we'll be able to catch Bob Asher red-handed for the crime of treason." Han Shua was overjoyed when he heard Phoebe's words. Han Shua and the three girls discussed for a while after he'd spoken. They used a mission as an excuse to leave with Emily. Candace frowned when Han Shua and Emily had just walked out of the room. "I keep feeling that his relationship with Madame Emily isn't quite right. The tone of their conversation seems a bit too intimate." "Ha, don't overthink things. Madame Emily is a widow and a member of the Betteridge family. Nothing will happen to her." Phoebe had a blissful smile on her face as she comforted Candace. "Oh, right, you two haven't really put on an act, have you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have such an expression." Candace suddenly exclaimed softly in surprise when she saw Phoebe's expression of a little girl immersed in love and happiness. Phoebe's face became even redder when she heard Candace's question. She said bashfully, Last night we already. My gosh, Phoebe, you're too open. You slept with him so quickly?" Candace's red lips parted, and she couldn't help but cry out before Phoebe had finished speaking. "Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? We only confirmed our relationship last night." Phoebe's face was flushed red with embarrassment as she cursed Candace lowly and hurriedly defended herself. "I think it's not just confirmed our relationship. There's something else you're hiding from your expression. Hurry up and tell me the truth." Candace watched Phoebe attentively and immediately closed in on Phoebe with a face full of gossip after she'd finished speaking, viciously demanding that Phoebe explain everything. Han Shua and Emily didn't immediately go on their mission after leaving Candace's room, but instead walked towards Emily's room together with tacit understanding. After the two entered the room and closed the door, Han Shua casually pulled Emily into his arms and asked softly, "Why?" "I only need to know that you have me in your heart. That's enough. I'm much older than you, and I also have the status of the Betteridge family's daughter-in-law. If you try to expose our relationship, it will have a great impact on both you and me." Emily snuggled into Han Shua's arms and sighed softly, speaking of her difficulties. Before Han Shua's strength was strong enough, it would indeed have a great impact if their relationship was exposed, especially to Emily. This was especially true for Emily. Not only would it affect her brother's career, it would also be an ugly blow to the Betteridge family. Therefore, Emily could only lament and feel sorry for herself, but there was nothing she could do. Phoebe is a good girl. Although her birth isn't noble, at least she's clean and has no fetters. You should be with her. Her business will also help your career in the future. I can completely understand you." Emily buried her head in Han Shua's chest and murmured softly, "I promise you, our sneaky days will only be temporary. There will be a day when no one in the entire empire will dare to interfere in my affairs. I will give you what you deserve," Han Shuo promised with a resolute expression. He kissed Emily's body fiercely and carried her to the bedroom. Emily responded to Han Shuo with an unprecedented passion. Perhaps wanting to make up for the hidden bitterness she felt this time through intense pleasure. Chapter 177. Han Shuo left on his own after a bout of lovemaking with Emily, heading for the Griffin Legion's weapons warehouse in the west of the city. Through the eyes and ears of the Dark Mantle, Han Shuo had a rough idea of the location of the weapons warehouse. There was no trace of Han Shuo when he moved in the night. After using the art of the demonic ninth heavens to sneak into the weapons warehouse, Han Shuo hid himself in a remote corner and calmly activated his magical yuan, using the demon infant to sense the location of the drop of blood essence. Han Shuo felt the demon infant pulse as he did so, and with a single thought he sensed the exact location of the drop of blood essence. After avoiding the patrolling Griffin Legion soldiers, Han Shuo stopped not far from a low building. Using his bright eyes, Han Shuo discovered that the building was heavily guarded. Apart from the heavily guarded front door, the windowless room was completely sealed off. After observing for a while, Han Shuo calmed his mind and sensed for a bit. He could clearly feel that the drop of blood essence was actually under the house. This meant that there must be a secret chamber in the basement of the house that was specifically used to store items. It was a pity that the Earth Elite zombie hadn't been born yet. Otherwise, the Earth Elite zombie would be able to burrow into the ground and explore with the power of the Earth element. Without the Earth Elite zombie, Han Shuo would have to take care of all the guards at the door if he wanted to go in and see what was going on. Although the guards weren't weak, Han Shuo was still confident that he could take care of them without anyone noticing. However, doing so would definitely alert the enemy, and perhaps the siege equipment would be moved away again. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Han Shuo didn't act rashly and instead retreated back the way he'd come. Within the Dark Mantle stronghold, Han Shuo and Emily met up. They took into account the various factions in Valen City, including Lawrence of the Calamity Church, and carefully assessed Bob Asher's strength. The two furrowed their brows as they began to think of a strategy to deal with Bob Asher. Han Shuo learned from the Dark Mantle that there was a secret room hidden within Bob Asher's mansion. The two of them discussed for a while and were certain that the records of Bob Asher's purchase of siege equipment would be hidden in that secret room. There might also be some other incriminating evidence. After some discussion, they finally decided to sneak into Bob Asher's mansion when he held Clark's funeral the next night. They would make use of the important person in Lawrence's grasp to make the defenses even more lax. They would move away a portion of the people around Bob Asher and use the Calamity Church to assassinate Bob Asher. Han Shuo and Emily would take the opportunity to go to the secret room and see if they could find any useful information. After the general action agenda was decided, Han Shuo and Emily carefully considered some of the problems that they might encounter and came up with countermeasures over and over again. When the two of them felt that it was about time, Han Shuo finally made his move. He went to see Belinda and Lawrence of the Calamity Church and carefully discussed the plan with both sides. Although this matter had something to do with Phoebe, there was no need for Phoebe to help Han Shuo at all. However, when Emily learned from Han Shuo that Phoebe was a sword master, she included Phoebe in her plans based on the principle of not letting things go to waste. The reason was that Phoebe had already been implicated, and this would be a good way to explain things to her in the future. While Han Shuo was discussing things with Belinda and Lawrence, Emily had also made an appearance to find Phoebe and Candace. No one knew how she persuaded them, but both Phoebe and Candace readily agreed to Emily's invitation and joined the operation this time. When Han Shuo returned to Elaine's hotel from Lawrence's place and was about to find Phoebe, he ran into the great druid Caspian along the way. Han Shuo didn't think much of it and nodded to Caspian, intending to pass him and leave. "Wait a moment." Caspian suddenly called out at this moment. Han Shuo was startled and turned to look at Caspian in confusion. He smiled. "Elder, is there something you need from me?" Nodding with a smile, Caspian said in the hallway, "If you don't mind, can you come with me to my room? I have a favor to ask of you." It was all thanks to Caspian's help last time at Elaine's hotel. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Han Shuo to rescue Emily from Belinda's group of 4, much less capture Belinda alive. Han Shuo nodded straightforwardly and said with a smile, "No problem." Han Shuo followed Caspian to the room he was staying in after speaking. There wasn't anything special about this room, but when Han Shuo walked in, he could feel that some of the decorations in the room blossomed with vigorous vitality. Big scoundrel, why are you here?" The little elf, Angelica, seemed to be meditating on a bed in the room. She opened her bright eyes when she heard the door open and couldn't help but cry out when she saw Han Shuo. "Don't be so rude, Angelica. You need to know how to respect others, or others won't respect you." The druid Caspian glared sternly at Angelica and lectured, "Got it, Grandpa." Angelica stuck out her tongue and made a face at Caspian's scolding, speaking a bit timidly. When they arrived, Han Shuo sat down on a chair in the living room at Caspian's instructions. Angelica didn't continue meditating at this time. She hopped down from the bed and walked into the living room, her bright eyes looking at Han Shuo with great interest. "Elder, do you have any instructions?" Han Shuo sat down and looked at Caspian with a slight smile. "You're too courteous, it's not instructions. I just want to ask you for a favor, but I don't know if it'll be too much trouble for you." Caspian had a benevolent smile on his face as he looked at Han Shuo. Tomorrow night, Han Shuo planned on moving out with Emily and the others. If Caspian wanted to affect Han Shuo's movements, then Han Shuo wouldn't be able to agree. Therefore, Han Shuo said honestly, "Please tell me first. If I can help you, I definitely won't refuse. However, I also have matters to attend to this time and hope that the elder will forgive me if I can't leave." Caspian nodded understandingly when he heard Han Shuo's words. He then mused for a moment and pointed at Angelica. "I'm going out today and will be back by tomorrow at the latest. However, I can't bring Angelica with me. I hope that you can help me take care of Angelica between today and tomorrow and ensure that her safety won't be threatened." Han Shuo wouldn't be moving out until tomorrow night. Han Shuo had already arranged many things. Han Shuo really didn't have anything particularly important to do between today and tomorrow. Even if there were some urgent matters, there were still Emily, Phoebe, and the others who could use them. Therefore, Han Shuo only thought for a moment after Caspian's words and readily agreed. He smiled. "No problem. I really don't have anything important to do at this time. Valen City has been very chaotic recently, so you must be careful if you head out." With Caspian's strength, he must be doing something very dangerous if he insisted on leaving the hotel at this time and couldn't bring Angelica with him. He must be afraid of endangering Angelica's life, which was why he didn't bring her with him. This was why Han Shuo had kindly reminded him, "Grandpa, you must be going to find that enemy for a duel. Take me with you. I've practiced magic for so long. I can help you deal with him." Angelica obviously knew a bit about Caspian. Her little face immediately changed when she heard these words, and she reached out to grab Caspian's arm, begging anxiously, "No, you can't go. A duel is a matter between two people. If I take you with me, it'll be against the rules." Caspian loved Angelica dearly, but he obviously wouldn't budge on this matter. He firmly refused her suggestion. In actuality, Han Shuo understood from Caspian's words and tone that Caspian didn't want to take Angelica with him. That was because he didn't want Angelica to take the risk with him. Saying that it was against the rules was just an excuse for Angelica. But the enemy might not follow the rules. Angelica cried out anxiously and then looked at Han Shuo. She suddenly said, "Although this person is bad, his strength isn't bad. Why don't you let him help you? I'll protect myself. No matter what the other does, Grandpa will never break the rules. Are you not even going to listen to Grandpa's words?" Caspian's brow furrowed as he glared at Angelica. Angelica and Caspian looked at each other stubbornly for a while and finally gave in. she said with an abnormally worried and tearful face. "Then you must be careful." "I will," Caspian answered Angelica, and then said to Han Shuo, "Then I'll be troubling you." Caspian nodded gratefully at Han Shuo after saying these words, and walked towards the door, pushing it open and leaving.